Chapter 115 Kill Everything. Chapter 115 Kill Everything. Sponsored by Ron Sarmiento. At dusk, the sky was dull with heavy dark clouds, as if a storm was about to come, dreary and depressing. Cyan blood bats were flying in the sky in a line and slowly descended upon Tianyin City. 10 minutes later, the cyan blood bat arrived at the Sher family's residence. There were white cloth rags hanging everywhere in the residence, and the air was filled with a dismal and gloomy feeling. All members of the Sher family were in agony, as wailing sounds could be heard coming from many rooms. Sitting on the cyan blood bat, Sher Yan's expression turned cloudy. After glancing down, he realized that they were holding a funeral. According to the ritual, it must be someone important. In the spacious land of the Sher family, all the family members were wearing uniforms and drowning in sorrow. Sher Tai's descendants all looked mournful. The cyan blood bat landed in the yard, which drew their attention, and they walked out to watch. Sher Yan walked directly to Sher Jian with Xiao Hani and asked, "Grandpa, what happened?" "Young Master Yan, the second lord is dead, and your father is badly hurt too. He still hasn't woken up." Han Zhong clenched his teeth and said in agony, "The Ling family and the Mo family did this." "What?" Sher Yan looked hideous. He took a deep breath and asked Sher Jian, "Grandpa, what happened?" Sher Jian's eyes turned red. Then he glanced at Xiao Hani and quickly told him the whole thing. "The Ling family, the Mo family." Sher Yan growled, "Blood debts must be paid with blood." Zhuo Su was standing aside as well, and he looked at Xiao Hani and asked softly, "Kid, who is he?" "Family head. Family head." At that moment, cries came from outside. A Sher family warrior walked in, filled with anger, and said the Ling and Mo families have sent a wedding invitation. They say Xiaofeng and Mo Yinyu are having a wedding today, and they wish for the family head to attend. A wedding invitation? Sher Jian was deeply irritated. "I'm going to destroy them." "Uncle Xiao, I want these two families turned into a river of blood, and the wedding to be a funeral." Sher Yan turned back and licked his lips with a hideous face. "That will be a piece of cake." Xiao Hani smiled. "Tonight, let the Tianyin city be a Shura slaughterhouse. First the Ling family, then the Mo family, and finally the Baiming family all will die." Zhuo Su gazed at Xiao Hani in surprise. "Grandpa, get up on to the cyan bloodbat. Let's go to the Ling family right now. They're experts. Must all be there tonight. We can finish them off all at once." "Sure," Yan said in a rigid tone. "They are." Sher Jian stared at Xiao Hani in wonder. "Friends," Sher Yan explained casually. Then he mounted Xiao Hani's cyan bloodbat and urged, "Members above human realm, find a position on the cyan bloodbats. Let's kill the three families today." Those people in the Sher family were shocked at first, then their spirit was lit up as they walked to the cyan bloodbats. "Shura Blood Guard, control the cyan bloodbats. Take care of them." Xiao Hani ordered softly and smiled at Sher Jian. "Sher family head, I guess young Master Hai had told you who I am. You raised him as your own son, so you are a member of the Yang family too. We will help you at all expense." Sher Jian's body quivered as he yelled, "Thanks." Up to the demon beasts. Go to the Ling family. Sher Yan shouted, "They must pay for it. I will let the three families pay for my second grandpa's death." All the Sher family experts mounted the demon beasts after Sher Jian's order. Zhuo Su hesitated, but he too climbed onto the cyan bloodbat with his experts from the Zhuo family. Huh. The cyan bloodbats shot into the sky, carrying those angry men straight towards the Ling family. In the Ling family, Ling Ju was chatting with Mo Tuo and Bubo happily in his living room. Ling Xiaofeng was so proud that he was toasting to the Mo family and laughed loudly every now and then. It's his wedding day today, and his dream of having Mo Yinyu finally came true. "Brother Mo, Can you guess how Shi Jian will look when he gets our invitation card? Ling Ju and Mo Tua toasted and laughed. I want to see it in person. Mo Tua grunted with a gloomy face. It's not finished yet. After tonight, I will continue to fight with the Shi family. I'm going to destroy them little by little, and let Shi Jian know how it feels to lose his sons and grandsons. And finally, I will kill him with my own hands. Mo family head, you must remember your promise to me. Bubo, who had a very skinny body, was wearing a dark red gown, had a sharp nose, and had a glittering green light in his eyes. Master Valley, don't worry, once the Shi family is smashed, I will do what I have promised. Mo Tuo replied in a haste. Bubo nodded without a word. Xiaofeng, that's enough. Don't drink too much. You have to take care of your bride tonight. Ha ha. Grandpa wants you to have a son as soon as possible. Seeing Ling Xiaofeng's blushed face, Ling Ju reminded him with a smile. Ha ha, everybody, Xiaofeng asks for your excuse for leaving early. Yin Yu is waiting for me now. Ling Xiaofeng cupped his hand in front of his chest and left the room at a light-hearted pace. Before long, Ling Xiaofeng went to bridal chamber and saw Mo Yinyu with a red veil on her head. Yinyu, you are mine tonight. I've waited for this for so long. Ling Xiaofeng walked up, opened Mo Yinyu's veil, and gazed at her captivated. Today, Mo Yinyu looked more charming than she used to. With the proper makeup, her beautiful eyes looked even more enchanting. Xiaofeng, promise me you will kill the Shi family. My father was killed by them. You marry me and help me to do that. Mo Yinyu said softly. Don't worry, the Shi family won't last long. After tonight, we two families will ally and take actions. Ling Xiaofeng nodded with a smile. Yinyu, you can count on me. I will do everything for you. Look, I even fought with Yang Hai. You should know my love for you. Okay, I know you are good to me. Mo Yinyu nodded softly. Ling Ju, Mo Tua, give me your life. At that moment, upon the Ling family came Shi Jian's angry howls. Whoa, whoa, so lively, but it will be a tomb soon. Xiao Hani's spooky laughter echoed through the air. Everybody below felt a numbness in their heads. You came for me before I got to you. Shi Jian, today is your last day. Mo Tua bellowed with a crazy expression. One after another cyan blood bat showed up from the clouds. The Shura blood guards on the cyan blood bats looked ferocious as they looked down upon those people, and subconsciously licked their lips, as if in front of a huge celebration. Kill everyone. Xiao Hani ordered casually, and jumped into the air with 3 blood rivers flowing to the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. The stone buildings in the Ling family residence began to fall, one after another, with broken rocks flying everywhere. The 3 blood rivers fell from the sky and filled the Ling family with a bloody smell. All the warriors were crying hideously as they drowned in it. The Shura blood guards rode the cyan blood bats and flew down to the blood rivers. Once they saw a warrior in it, they would dash up and cut his head off. The lively wedding was now a Shura slaughterhouse, with heads and limbs flying everywhere. Before Shi Jian took action, he found the warriors of the Ling and Mo family were already dead, while those Shura blood guards laughed happily as they slaughtered those below. They were used to relentless slaughter. Zhou Su's expression changed, and a strange light crossed his eyes. Seeing those experts killed so easily, he was worried. Thus he looked at Xiao Hani in fear. Zhou Su finally saw the brutality of the warriors from the endless sea. Standing on Xiao Hani, Shi Yan looked cold with a cunning smile on the corner of his mouth. Watching the Shura slaughterhouse down there, smelling the bloody air, he was so excited that he wanted to kill as well. Young Master Yan, don't move. We can manage it. While slaughtering, Xiao Hani smiled at Shi Yan. Killing entire families is what we do. Every Shura blood guard who wants to join us has to kill 100 warriors first. Only through relentless slaughter can one become a Shura blood guard. Yes, Shi Yan nodded. Miserable cries came from every corner of the Ling family. None of the people on the cyan blood bats got down, but simply stayed in the air and struck down at those near them. Those warriors of the Ling and Mo family who were trying to run were grabbed by the cyan blood bats and lifted up into the air. Then they were torn apart and eaten by the cyan blood bats. The cyan blood bats were not only the Shura blood guards' mounts, but also very gluttonous beasts. This was a huge chance for the cyan blood bats to have a good meal. Sitting on Xiaohani's cyan blood bat, Shi Yan found that negative energy was gushing into him from all directions. The ground was covered with corpses. After all, most of the warriors were killed in an instant. Their negative energy came out like flood. Even though Shi Yan was still up in the air, he could still feel and absorb that massive negative energy. Bad. Shi Yan's face suddenly changed. The negative energy was so much that he could not bear it anymore. His meridians kept expanding, and he felt that he was almost about to explode. "Uncle Xiao, let me go to the bride's room. Let me have some fun," Shi Yan growled. Chapter 116. Let him watch closely. Chapter 116. Let him watch closely. In the Ling family of Tianyan City, there came a series of miserable shrieks and cries. The cyan blood bats circled in the sky, and every time a cyan blood bat dived down, a Ling or a Mo family warrior would be beheaded, their bodies snatched up, lifted into the sky, and then eaten by the cyan blood bats. 3 wide, long blood rivers, looking like bloody dragons, were sloshing around the Ling family residence. They destroyed and crumbled every one of the stone houses of the Ling family, dragging Ling and Mo family warriors into the blood river, where they screamed out in misery and agony. Those that fell under the tide of blood never came back up. The Ling family ground was like a slaughterhouse. The blood gathered and flowed like streams, and broken bodies' limbs were spread everywhere on the ground. The wedding had turned into a funeral, and the Ling and Mo families had already suffered hundreds of casualties. Ling Ju, Ling Jia, and Mo Tua were standing, and crazily screaming with red eyes. They tried to defend against this undefeatable power. Unfortunately, both Ling Ju and Ling Jia were only in the Nirvana realm, not in the sky realm, so they couldn't fly into the air. They could only use their martial spirits to form lightning and barriers to fight against the raging cyan blood bats in the sky. However, the Shura blood guards in the Yang family were mostly in the earth or Nirvana realm, and many of them were not at all inferior to Ling Ju and Mo Tua. Other than that, on the cyan blood bats, there were also strong warriors of the same level, such as Shi Jian and Zhusu. With the advantage of the cyan blood bat's ability to fly, they continued their bloody slaughter of the Ling and Mo family members. Ling Ju and Mo Tua were both covered with blood. They watched as each of their family members became beheaded, their bodies eaten by the cyan blood bats. They have already fell into hysteria, crazily stirring their martial spirit, but were tightly constrained by the Shura blood guards on the cyan blood bats. Poisonous Bubo, who came from the poisonous Dragon Valley, stood outside the Ling family garden. His expression was extremely grim. Next to him, the powerful warriors that came with him from the poisonous Dragon Valley were also each being killed by the Shura blood guards. Seeing all the people next to him die one after another, Bubo's eyes began to boil with fury, and colorful poisonous smoke flew out of his body and rose up into the sky. Poisonous Bubo's capability was at the sky realm. When he attacked with all his strength, the power was quite strong, and he immediately pulled down the few low-flying Shura blood guards. Using deadly poison, he immediately killed a few of the less capable Shura blood guards. "Hey!" The Shura king, Xiaohani, exclaimed as he glanced over at poisonous Bubo. The scar on his face twitched as he laughed and said, "Interesting." Then Xiaohani patted the cyan blood bat, and he jumped down from the bat. In a flash of red light, he fiercely shot towards poisonous Bubo. The cyan blood bat carried Shuryen and continued to fly towards the bridal chamber. On the cyan blood bat, Shuryen furrowed his brows and negative energies writhed around his body. With his mind full of violent and murderous thoughts, he coldly glared at poisonous Bubo. "You can go ahead, young Master Yen. I'll take care of everything here." Xiao Hani turned his back towards him and weirdly grinned. A foreboding energy started gathering in his left hand, and then a mass of earth-shaking evil spirits suddenly formed in his palm. The bloody evil spirits very quickly formed. In a mere second, those evil blood spirits had already formed into a head-sized giant red eyeball. The eyeball opened widely and glared straight at poisonous Bubo. Being stared down by that head-sized eyeball, poisonous Bubo's heart shook. A trace of fear flashed across his face. "Poison, huh?" Xiao Hani sneered. The bloody eyeball suddenly flew out of his hand, straight towards poisonous Bubo. When that bloody red eyeball was in mid-air, it shone with a bright, bloody light, as if it were the eye of a demon, ready to pull people into the endless abyss of bloodthirst and drag them down to the depths of hell. Just when poisonous Bubo was about to make a move, he suddenly realized that the blood in his body was flowing crazily, and he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Blood also started to uncontrollably flow out of his eyes, ears, and nose. The red, bloody eyeball didn't even hit him yet, but poisonous Bubo was already covered with blood, and that blood was all from his own body. Bubo's face suddenly changed, and for the first time he showed signs of fear. He was too scared to stay and hurriedly flew away, trying to quickly leave the Ling family residence. When they saw that the Sky Realm warrior, poisonous Bubo, had already fled before they even started fighting, both Ling Ju and Mo Tua, who had put all their hopes in him, felt cold from head to toe. They felt as if all the energy in their body was emptied. Bubo was what the two counted on to fight against the Sure family. The reason why these two dared to attack the Sure family with no fear was due to the presence of poisonous Bubo. Since Bubo immediately fled, they realized that the scar-faced ferocious man was definitely a master that was much more frightening than Bubo. The two really became desperate. "The Shura blood guards are in charge of slaughtering everyone here. I'll be right back." The Shura king Xiao Hani was calm. He shouted at the Shura blood guards on the cyan blood bats. Then he turned into a flash of red light and suddenly chased in the direction that poisonous Bubo had fled. He laughed creepily and said, "My friend, you're not even close to being able to escape from me, the Shura king." Xiao Hani instantly disappeared, and his voice also slowly became distant. However, the Shura blood guard's slaughter of the Ling family did not stop. Poisonous Bubo escaped very quickly, and he didn't even care about the warriors of the poisonous Dragon Valley. His departure completely crumbled the hopes of the Ling family, the Mo family, and even the poisonous Dragon Valley warriors. The Shura blood guards were already strong warriors, and the cyan blood bats were ruthless, mature demon beasts. With the advantage of flying on the cyan blood bats, the people from the Ling and Mo families were like dead meat on the cutting board, waiting to sliced by the frightening sharp blades, quickly turning into a bunch of dismembered corpses. The Ling family and the Mo family were done for. Zuasu coldly looked at the merciless slaughter happening below and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The Ling family and the Mo family were two of the 5 great families of Tianyan City. They were almost at the same level of power as the Zhou family, but today the two families were going to be killed off. As the head of the Zhou family, Zuasu was also full of fear when he looked at the Shura blood guards. The Shura blood guard could destroy the Ling and Mo families, which meant destroying the Zhou family would also be a piece of cake. The cruel and cold nature of the Shura blood guards had chilled him to the bone. Zuasu secretly made up his mind. He was going to stick tight to the Shura family. From now on, even if he had to cheekily take the initiative to propose marriage, He was determined to settle a marriage between Zhuo and Shi Yan. In the bridal chamber, Mo Yanyu and Ling Xiaofeng were full of fear. Peeking through the slit on the wall, they watched the slaughter going on outside. Under Shi Yan's instruction, the jubilant-looking bridal chamber was not crushed by the blood rivers. The row of stone houses in this area seemed oddly out of place among the crumbled ruins of the Ling family residence. "Yan Yu, let's escape!" Ling Xiaofeng felt cold from head to toe and clenched his teeth. "As long as we're alive, we'll definitely get a chance for revenge in the future. We're still young. Someday, we could also reach the Sky Realm. When the time comes, it'll be an eye for an eye, and we'll slaughter their whole family too." Mo Yanyu's face was already as pale as a sheet, and her eyes were filled with grief. She sobbed, "We can't get out. Once we get out there, we'll be killed by the warriors on the demon beasts. These people, they want to kill off our 2 families. If we get noticed, we'll be killed for sure. I swear, one day, I'll kill off the entire Shi family." Ling Xiaofeng's face was full of malice, his expression was twisted, and his eyes were filled with endless resentment. Boom! The door to the bridal chamber was suddenly blown open. Shi Yan, whose body was wreathed with violent and bloodthirsty spirits, barged in with an evil and frightening expression. Behind Shi Yan, there were 2 Nirvana Realm Shura blood guards. They casually stood outside and waited at the door. Their indifferent eyes scanned the whole room. "Young Master Yan, will stand guard at the door for you." One of them smiled and said, "Mm." Shi Yan said with a raspy voice, and walked towards Ling Xiaofeng and Mu Yudai. "Shi Yan." Ling Xiaofeng's face changed, his expression suddenly became insane. "I'm gonna kill you." Boom! Shi Yan was covered with white mist. He struck Ling Xiaofeng's chest with the force of a cannonball. Accompanied by the sounds of bone shattering, Ling Xiaofeng was thrown into the air. When he dropped to the ground, he was already bleeding out of the 7 orifices in his head. He couldn't even move a finger. Ling Xiaofeng was only at the 3rd sky of the nascent realm, against Shi Yan, who was now at the 3rd sky of the human realm. He was knocked out with just 1 blow, without being able to put up even the slightest bit of resistance. "My father is not a warrior. When you attacked to murder my father, did you even think about what you were doing?" Shi Yan sneered and walked to Ling Xiaofeng's side, dragged Ling Xiaofeng's body and forcefully throwing him to the Shura blood guard. "Hold him! I need him to watch what I'm about to do." Then, Shi Yan suddenly sprinted towards Mo Yanyu. Mo Yanyu's pretty face turned pale, and she screamed, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to fuck you." Shi Yan grinned and quickly reached Mo Yanyu's side. His hands opened, his palms facing towards her, and the negative powers in his body formed up and entered into Mo Yanyu's body, forcefully restraining her. Rip! Mo Yanyu's bright-colored silk bridal robe was torn to pieces. Her fair, clear skin was quickly revealed to all those present. "Get Ling Xiaofeng up here. Let him watch closely." Shi Yan sneered. Then he forcefully threw Mo Yanyu's naked body on the bed, and immediately got on top of her. He laughed wildly. "Mo Yanyu, do you remember what I said in the dark forest? I once said that I would fuck you one day." The 2 Shura blood guards were full of excitement. Together, they lifted Ling Xiaofeng and brought him before Shi Yan so that Ling Xiaofeng could clearly see what Shi Yan was about to do. Ling Xiaofeng's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared in madness. "Shi Yan, I curse you to damnation. I swear, as long as I still live, I will one day skin you alive and pull out all of your bones. I will make you endure endless desperation and pain for all eternity. You're that guy." Mo Yanyu suddenly screamed. She wanted to struggle frantically, but found that she couldn't stir the power in her body at all. "At that time, I only accidentally glimpsed at you once, and you wanted to kill me, even to capture me and feed me poison. You truly have a vicious heart. Today is the day of your wedding. I killed off your whole family, and now I will fuck in front of your future husband. Now you know what it is to wish to die." Shi Yan's face was cruel. "Ah!" Mo Yen Yu's moaned in pain. The tears of humiliation and grief poured from her eyes endlessly. "Bitch, scream. Outside, your family is screaming just like you are. But they're screaming miserably, and you're screaming lewdly." Shi Yan's face was cold. Ling Xiaofeng was held by the Shura blood guards, and he could clearly see his fiancée moaning painfully under Shi Yan. Ling Xiaofeng's expression twisted. He was stricken with grief. At this moment, he felt worse than death. Chapter 117 The Change of the Godstone. Chapter 117 The Change of the Godstone. Sponsored by Tyler Laner. Shi Yan slowly woke up. Inside the room, Mo Yu had fainted, and her naked body was quietly lying on the bed. Ling Xiaofeng showed a ferocious face. After being caught by the two Shura blood guards, he couldn't do anything. Now he can only gaze at Shi Yan in hatred. "Young Master Yan," one of the Shura blood guards called out to him. Shi Yan motioned for them to be silent. "I will train for a while. Please protect me." Then Shi Yan sat cross-legged beside Mo Yu's naked body and quietly closed his eyes. When he came inside her, the strange power in Shi Yan divided into 3 streams, one of which went into his heart, which had the star martial spirit, and another gushed straight towards his profound qi. The last stream went into Mo Yu. The star martial spirit was nourished by that odd strength, and it lit Shi Yan's heart, which was now glittering with a starry light. The star martial spirit had changed Shi Yan's heart, making it look like it was covered with stars. Later that night, the power from the stars gushed into Shi Yan's body, being quickly absorbed by his star martial spirit, which made the starlight shine even brighter. In his sea of qi, the light ball of profound qi contracted as a stream of dense power rippled around and began to circulate in his veins. The profound qi was like clean lake water flowing in the brook-like veins. After every circulation, the profound qi would go back to the sea of qi, and the light ball became smaller. However, its power became much stronger. With his eyes closed, Shi Yan looked inside his body and observed every cell of his body. The profound qi circulated in his meridians again and again, and the light ball became smaller and grew brighter. The profound qi light ball in his sea of qi became like a little sun, sending out light and warmth. After many cycles of refinement, the light ball of profound qi had become half of its original size. The essential air between the sky and earth was pulled to Shi Yan. It went into his body through his pores and traveled to the light ball of profound qi. After a while, a cool air came out from the light ball of profound qi. The cool air entered Shi Yan's mind and circulated slowly in his head. It brought a rather refreshing feeling. The odd light spots in his brain enlarged as they were nourished by the cool air. Suddenly, Shi Yan found that he could generate spirit power, which could separate from his body and act on things that were outside of his physical range. As the spirit power extended, Shi Yan could clearly sense the 2 Shura blood guards' lively energy and Ling Xiaofeng's suppressed profound qi. He could also sense new changes in Mo Yu's body. He seemed to have gained an additional pair of eyes, which seemed to have connected with his spirit power. As long as his spirit power reached out far enough, he could feel the lives around him, both strong and weak. The disaster realm. Shi Yan was joyful as he realized his realm had advanced. So he concentrated his efforts on operating the light ball of profound qi, causing more cool air to rush into his mind. Not knowing how much time had passed, Shi Yan woke up again. After opening his eyes, he was a little lost. Then he came to his senses and asked the 2 Shura blood guards, "How long has it been?" "Almost 1 night." That Shura blood guard hesitated, and then asked in uncertainty, "Young Master Yen, have you reached the disaster realm?" "Just now. I sense the power of your spirit." "You seem to be observing us through your spirit?" The other Shura blood guard also asked, his voice filled with surprise. When Shi Yen was in the dead swamp, he advanced to the third sky from the second sky of human realm, through the help of an immortal pill. Generally, no matter how talented he was, it was hardly possible for him to advance so much in half a month. To advance to the disaster realm from the third sky of human realm, one needed not only talent, but also huge amount of dense, profound qi. In barely half a month, without some treacherous weapons or mysterious pills, his profound couldn't make such a breakthrough. In the past half-month, those Shura blood guards had been with Shi Yen, so they clearly knew that he didn't use any pills. It's hard for them to believe that he advanced by a realm in such a short time. However, they could sense Shi Yan's spirit power, which could only be possessed by a disaster realm warrior. The two Shura blood guards were confused, so they asked together, "Yes, I am in the disaster realm." Shi Yan nodded with a confused smile. "Maybe it's because the immortal pill wasn't entirely absorbed before, and I just finished absorbing it just now." The origin of the mysterious martial spirit was a mystery, and its function was vicious, which was his biggest secret, so he made up that explanation. The two Shura blood guards were confused, so they praised him and stopped asking any more questions. "What is the situation like outside right now?" Shi Yen changed the topic. "The Ling family and Mo family are finished. Their family heads and experts were all slaughtered. Bu Bo from the poisonous Dragon Valley was killed by Lord Shao. Right now, he is with the Shi family experts, slaughtering the Baiming family. 9 of us blood guards stayed here to protect young Master Yen. The area outside is already a land of death. Now that young Master Yen has woken up, we can go back to the Shi family and wait for Lord Shao, then head back to the Endless Sea." "Okay." Shi Yen nodded and got off the bed leisurely. "Young Master Yen, what about them?" One of the Shura blood guards asked. Getting off the bed, Shi Yen frowned and glanced at Ling Xiaofeng, then turned his eyes to Mo Yinyu. Pondering for a while, Shi Yen walked out slowly. With his back facing to the two Shura blood guards, he calmly said, "You know what to do." "Got it." Outside, 7 young family Shura blood guards were sitting straight on the cyan blood bats, along with Xia Xinyan, who was wearing a veil. Seeing Shi Yen walk out of the room, Xia Xinyan grunted, and a cold light crossed her beautiful eyes. Shi Yen was unmoved, and he leisurely walked to the cyan blood bat. After getting on the cyan blood bat, he glanced at Xia Xinyan. "Why are you here?" Xia Xinyan frowned and grunted, not saying a word. Shaking his head softly, Shi Yen didn't utter a word, but patted the cyan blood bat and told the Shura blood guards, "Let's go back to the Shi family." "Okay." That warrior kicked the cyan blood bat's neck. After that, the cyan blood bat moved and shot forward with Shi Yen on its back, heading toward the Shi family residence. Seeing Shi Yen become a small spot, Xia Xinyan's eyes took on a complicated look, and she sighed softly. Under the bright moonlight, Shi Yen was sitting up straight on the cyan blood bat, slowly heading back to the Shi family residence. Shuttling through the clouds, the cyan blood bat soon reached upon the Godstone Square. All of a sudden, Shi Yan's star martial spirit became agitated, and his heart started producing starry light. In an instant, Shi Yen became lost bright as a star, giving off intense light. The star light became like a curtain and slowly flew toward the magical stone on the Godstone Square. All the Shura blood guards on cyan blood bats got confused and looked down towards the Godstone in wonder. Boom! A huge blast resounded in Shi Yan's mind, and the next moment he couldn't control the power from the stars anymore. The power rushed out of his body, and combined with the curtain. The curtain kept expanding and moving toward the magical stone. Bright moonlight descended from above. The moonlight turned into cool air and fell onto the starlight curtain, and the shining curtain thrust itself towards the godstone. Once the starry curtain touched the godstone, it was instantly absorbed by the stone. The godstone, after absorbing the light of the stars, started glittering, looking crystal and cold. Sitting up straight on the cyan bloodbat, Shi Yan's expression became surprised as he gazed at that magical stone. This godstone must have something to do with the three-god sect. Shi Yan came to this conclusion right away. The star martial spirit originated from the god of stars of the three-god sect. The god of stars refined his star martial spirit into the original seal, and he must have done something else. Now that the star martial spirit's energy had turned into a curtain and fallen into the godstone, he knew that there was some special connection between them. Young Master Yen. The Shura blood guard beside him freaked out and seemed to remember something. There is a seal of the moon god on the godstone. Seal of the moon god? Shi Yan frowned, and then found that on the godstone there were several crescent patterns on its surface. The patterns were shining and moving on the godstone. The huge godstone suddenly began to crack, while dazzling light shot out from the cracks. "Young master, Yen, be careful!" the warrior cried. "Leave!" Moonlight came out from the godstone, like sharp weapons, and shattered all the stone houses near the square. The divine light stabbed into the earth and made an unfathomable crack. Shi Yan was frightened too, and he quickly operated his profound chi to form a dark light shield. Ka-ka-ka-ka! The godstone, which had stood there for thousands of years, began to crack. Chapter 118, The Goddess of the Moon. Chapter 118, The Goddess of the Moon. "Let's go!" The warrior on the cyan bloodbat shouted, and strongly stomped on the back of the cyan bloodbat. The cyan bloodbat dashed out like an arrow, while the remaining Shura blood guards turned pale and urged their cyan bloodbats to fly toward the Shi family residence. Shi Yan was shocked. "What's wrong?" "The three-god sect is our adversary," and I felt a dangerous aura from the godstone. Whoever that had revived must be an important member of the three-god sect. Once they see the cyan bloodbats, they will know that we are from the Yang family. Since Lord Shao is not here, we are not sure if we can protect young Master Yen from them. The Yang family warrior beside Shi Yan looked serious and alert. The three-god sect. Why the three gods sect again? Shi Yan frowned and had a bit of fear for the endless sea form. Although he wanted to see what would happen to the godstone after he heard what the warrior said, Shi Yan chose to leave with the cyan bloodbat. But he turned back several times to watch the godstone square. All of a sudden, a stream of strong moonlight exploded from the godstone square. With a huge, thunderous sound, a mysterious woman in a white warrior gown appeared in the godstone square. From a distance, Shi Yan found that the woman was extraordinarily pretty, just like a moon goddess with snow-white skin. That woman floated in the air upon the godstone square for a while, and then turned into moonlight and flew eastward. A sky realm expert. The warrior beside Shi Yan spoke with fear. "It's lucky that we left early, or else we would have been killed by her. She is even stronger than Uncle Shao." Shi Yan couldn't believe it. "I don't know if that is true, but her chi is no weaker than Lord Zhao's." That warrior deliberated. The three gods of the sun, moon, and star of the three-god sect have deep understanding of the numerous secret arts of the three-god sect. Even for Lord Shao, it would be hard to compete with her. Shi Yan's expression changed. A cyan blood bat approached them, upon which sat Xia Xanyan. Xia Xanyan's eyes showed some surprise as she yelled, "Shi Yan, what did you do?" "Nothing." Shi Yan frowned. "I went to the godstone square, and my star martial spirit suddenly turned into a curtain of starlight, which flew out of my body and fell on that godstone. Then the godstone cracked with dazzling light, and a woman came out from the stone. The godstone had been there for 1,000 years. Xia Xinyan asked in surprise. Shi Yan nodded. Yes, as far as I know, before the Tianyin city existed, that stone had been there. Tianyin city was named after that stone, a stone from the heavens. You know anything about it? Let's talk about it after meeting Lord Xiao. Xia exhaled Yan breath, as if recalling some horrible memory. Seeing her lost in thoughts, Yan didn't ask further, though he had some concerns. The cyan blood bat was flying swiftly. Soon, they arrived at the garden of the Shi family. Xiao Hani, Shi Jian, and the other people had not gotten back yet, so Shi Yan waited for them at the central plaza of the residence. At dawn, Xiao Hani, Shi Jian, Zhusu, and others slowly flew back from the Baiming family. Looking at them, one can tell that it was a good slaughter in the Baiming family. What? Xiao Hani arrived, and just after a glance at Shi Yan, he cried out, "Young Master Yan, you!" Under Xiao Hani's gaze, Shi Yan slowly nodded. Well, maybe the immortal pill lasted longer than expected, so I advanced again. Shi Jian was stunned. Looking at Shi Yan with unbelieving eyes, he yelled in delight. "Kid, you reached the disaster realm." "Yeah. How did you manage that?" Zhusu looked strange as he kept shaking his head. He couldn't take his unbelievable eyes off Shi Yan. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Hani bursted out into wild laughter. Incredible! Ha ha! Incredible! 17 years old. The disaster realm. You can't even find such genius in the Yang family. Young Master Yan, I'm sure that the family head will treat you like a treasure once you get back. Hearing that, Shi Jian's smile disappeared, and he lowered his head and began to sigh. Shi Yan was so talented. If he stayed at the Shi family, then they will become the most powerful family in the Merchant Union, and may even rival the royal families of the Fire Empire and the God-blessed Empire. 17 years old, in the disaster realm, even Baiming couldn't make it. At the thought of Shi Yan leaving the Shi family for the endless sea, Shi Jian was filled with pain, but he knew he couldn't stop it. Lord Xiao, just now, when we were at the Godstone Square, that warrior told him everything. Xiao Hani's face changed and was filled with astonishment. After a long while, Xiao Hani looked at Xia Xinyan and said in a serious voice, "Lil Xia, what do you think?" 1,000 years ago, the 3 gods went to the 7th dark world with many disciples. After the battle with the Dark King, Abi, only the Sun God returned. The Star God and the Moon God went missing and never showed up in the Endless Sea again. The Star God, Ouyang left the fake gate of heaven in the Dead Swamp and preserved the original seal of martial spirit, but the Moon God, Ouyang went missing. Maybe she is that woman from the stone? Impossible. Xiao Hani shook his head and interrupted Xia Xinyan. The Moon God, Ouyang was a god realm warrior. Though she had iced herself for 1,000 years, she kept her perception. According to your description, that woman was merely at the sky realm. It wouldn't be Ouyang. I heard that Ouyang had a daughter named Ouyang Luoshuang. She also went to the 7th dark world, but she was only a 21-year-old girl. Maybe that woman is her? Ouyang Luoshuang. Xiao Hani suddenly realized something. It's very likely. She was at the disaster realm 1,000 years ago. The moon god must have been badly hurt in the 7th dark world. So she escaped with her daughter and sealed her in the god's stone to shield her. If it's her, then the 3 gods' sex strength will definitely increase. Why? Shi Yan asked. The sun martial spirit, moon martial spirit, and the star martial spirit could directly absorb the energy of the sun, moon, and stars. The more the energy they absorbed, the faster the martial spirits developed. In the 3 god sect, generally the older the warrior is, the higher level his martial spirit is, because the older warrior had absorbed more energy, so their spirit can easily evolve. Xia Xanyan took a breath. If that mysterious woman really is Ouyang Luoshuang, then she must have absorbed the energy from the moon for 1,000 years. We can't even begin to guess how powerful her moon martial spirit has become. In the past, she was one of the godchildren, and now, after 1,000 years, her moon martial spirit must have reached an unprecedented state. In the battle 1,000 years ago, the three-god sect lost a lot, though the sun god managed to stay alive, but he died after 300 years. However, during that period he created a new sun god, but there have been no new moon or star gods ever since then. But the three-god sect is still one of the strongest powerhouses in the Endless Sea. If Ouyang Luoshuang goes back to the Endless Sea, she will be the strongest moon god ever. The three-god sect will gain much more strength. Xiao Hani sighed. Silently, Shiyan listened to Xiao Hani and Xia Xanyan's conversation, and he became more curious about the three-god sect. Sure, Yan obtained the star martial spirit. If he could join the three-god sect and obtain the knowledge to use their martial spirits, he could be the next star god. Xia Xanyan pondered and suddenly said to Shi Yan, "The star god is very special in the three-god sect. If the three-god sect doesn't know who Shi Yan is, and they teach him everything they know, then—" Xiao Hani's eyes lit up as he nodded, but it is up to the family head to decide. Sending young Master Yen to the Three Gods sect for cultivate the star martial spirit. It's very risky. Sure, Yen belongs to the Yang family. It's up to you to decide. That was just my humble suggestion, Xia Xinyan said calmly. Sure, family head, I plan to stay for a few days, but now, since things have changed, we have to return to the Endless Sea early. Now that the Ling, Mo, and Baiming families have been slaughtered, I believe you can manage everything. Xiao Hani pondered for a while. Then he took out 2 books from his chest and handed them to Shi Jian. Here are 2 spirit-level martial skills, which may be of benefit, and this is how you can contact the Yang family. You can tell Ku Luo of the Misty Pavilion if you get into any trouble, and we will know of it. Shi Jian was surprised and happy. After receiving the books, he didn't know what to say. Young Master Yen, we have to set off as soon as possible. Xiao Hani looked at Shi Yan. Let me have a little time with my father. Shi Yan nodded and quietly left. Half an hour later, Shi Yan said goodbye to the Shi family and jumped on Xiao Hani's Cyan Bloodbat. Before dawn broke, Shi Yan was riding the Cyan Bloodbat eastward to the Endless Sea. Chapter 119 The Devil King, Bo Sun. Chapter 119 The Devil King, Bo Sun. Upon the vast blue sea was a cloudless sky. The soft wind caressed their faces, making them feel comfortable and relaxed. The Endless Sea was so boundless that one would only see the water and sky, no matter where they looked. The group of Cyan Bloodbats was flying east through the blue sky. It had been 2 months. For the 2 months, Shi Yan sat on the Cyan Bloodbat and saw the vastness of the Endless Sea. He rarely saw any islands, though he did see slowly moving ships from time to time. Shura King Xiao Hani was a fanatic for training. Apart from telling Shi Yan the dangers of the Endless Sea, the rest of his time was devoted to training. The Endless Sea was mysterious. Shi Yan had seen both serene and peaceful skies and great violent storms in his few months of travel. In some regions there were huge whirlpools, which seemed to reach down to the deepest depths of the sea. From the swirls, there came horrible bellows of vicious monsters. According to Xiao Hani, even by riding the Cyan Bloodbat, one needed more than half a year to reach the Kiera region, where the Yang family was located. In merely 2 months, the Cyan Bloodbat had already flown thousands of miles, which was larger than the Merchant Union, the God-blessed Empire, and the Tianyin Empire combined. Xia Xanyan was sitting on another Cyan Bloodbat with the 2 towering men, talking very little. Ever since Shi Yan broke into that new couple's bridal room and did those dark things, Xia Exayan had despised him a lot, to the point of being not willing to talk to him. Shi Yan didn't bother to explain, but instead kept exploring how to utilize the profound qi at Disaster Realm. Although the Disaster Realm and the human realm were only one level apart, the power of each level was extremely different. At the Disaster Realm, he already had spirit power. This spirit power could extend out and observe other living things. It could also be infused into martial skills and weapons to attack enemies. In addition, when he focused his senses inward, he could see every detail of his body, as if he had a pair of eyes inside. He could see his veins and entrails with clarity. This excited Shi Yan and encouraged him to keep exploring its uses. Every time Xiao Hani woke up, he would generally instruct Shi Yan on how to use the spirit power. Shi Yan knew Xiao Hani was being kind to him. If he had any questions on his mind, he could simply ask Xiao Hani. That day, the sunny sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. The air was so suppressing that even the cyan blood bats were unsettled, and they cried angrily every now and then. Xia Exayan's cyan blood bat approached. Behind her veil, her eyes looked elegant. After she approached, she didn't talk, but quietly gazed at Xiao Hani. Before long, Xiao Hani woke up from his training. After looking up at the cloudy sky, Xiao Hani said seriously, "It's quite abnormal, and I certainly don't feel anything good from this. Something bad is going to happen." "Uncle Xiao, you are at the second sky of Sky Realm. Your perception should be accurate." Xia Exayan's beautiful hair was flying in the wind as she stood up on her cyan bloodbat and observed the sky. "My reincarnation martial spirit is sensitive to the power of space. I can vaguely feel that the space around us is cracking." Xiao Hani's face changed. "We'd better be careful. Somehow, I feel something ominous is coming." Xia Exayan reminded. "Space is cracking." Xiao Hani looked gloomy. "Little Xia, you really feel the abnormity?" Xia Exayan nodded. "Uncle Xiao, though my realm is lower than you, my reincarnation martial spirit can feel it. I'm afraid there will be a disaster." Shi Yan was shocked as he hesitated and asked, "Space is cracking? What kind of power can crack the space?" "One must be at least at the third sky of the Sky Realm. Only warriors who had reached God realms could truly tear apart space." Xiao Hani's eyes blinked. Years ago, when the family had sent young Master Hai out of the fourth demon area, he also cracked open space. At that time, he was then at the third sky of the Sky Realm, just a step away from the God Realm. He managed that with the help of immortal blood. Immortal blood? Shi Yan was astonished. Warriors with the immortal martial spirit can produce immortal blood, which has so many great uses that even I don't know all that one can do with it. However, when young Master Yan gets back to the Yang family, the family head will explain it to you. Xiao Hani explained. Shi Yan nodded. At that moment, from the dense dark clouds, black light shot out, and a huge white bone hand suddenly appeared. That huge hand shined like crystal and seemed to be without any flesh, as it destroyed the space around it. An intense devil air gushed out of the white bone hand, which stirred the air with depressing power. Demon King Bo Sun's bone skill. Xiao Hani was terrified as quickly yelled, "He came for me! Little Xia, take young Master Yan away." Pa. Before that white bone hand had even gotten close, the horrible devil air had already reached them. One after another, cyan bloodbats fell from the sky, having been turned into minced meat. On the cyan bloodbats, those Nirvana real warriors exploded, with their flesh and blood flying everywhere. The overwhelming devil air suddenly invaded Shi Yan's body. The devil air started rampaging through Shi Yan's body, trying to kill him. At the same time, Shi Yan's heart was started putting out a dazzling starlight, while all his negative energy gushed out like a flood. Even that een pearl began spinning, forming a een swirl and sending out een chi, which quickly covered Shi Yan's body. Colorful light shot out from Shi Yan's body, clashing with the devil air and stopping its advance. Without hesitation, Xia Xian operated her reincarnation martial spirit. After absorbing the energy of reincarnation, she instantly stepped into the sky realm. The huge hand slowly approached them, and the cyan bloodbats and Shura blood guards died, one after the other. Shura King Xiaohani looked extremely hideous. As he stirred his bloody qi, 3 broad rivers appeared and attacked the huge hand. In the dense, dark clouds, a black hole appeared and started to devour everything. Little Xia, leave with young Master Yan. Xiaohani's eyes had turned bloodshot, and he shouted out his order. Xia Xian was frightened, and she flew over and grabbed Shi Yan by his neck, flying away from there. In the darkness, that huge white bone hand seemed to, again, tear apart the space around it. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 blood rivers struck on the huge white bone hand, but they couldn't prevent its advance. As the 5 fingers curled, the 3 blood rivers were knocked miles away. Bang! The huge hand came near and snatched up all the people around Xiaohani. Even Xiaohani himself couldn't get rid of that huge hand, and he was soon caught by that huge hand too. That huge hand seemed not to waste any time, so after catching all the people, it withdrew and sank back into that black hole, which was filled with devil air. The white hand retreated back into the black hole, and numerous streams of devil light shot out like weapons. Some devil light fell into the endless sea and quickly stirred up a huge whirlpool, reaching to the bottom of the seas. Shi Yan was shocked, and he gazed at the huge hand, dumbstruck. He watched the black hole contract, little by little, until it finally disappeared. After the devil light disappeared, the dense clouds also dissipated. Before long, the sky was restored back to its formerly clear self. Meanwhile, the sea below was in the throes of a huge whirlpool, which had begun to tear the seas asunder. Xia Xian carried Shi Yan and flew away, not looking back. Shi Yan was surprised, and he gazed at the scene behind him, feeling small in front of such a disaster. Chapter 1:20 Crossing the Sea with a Beauty. Chapter 1:20 Crossing the Sea with a Beauty. As he was being carried by Xia Xian over the vast sea, Shi Yan was filled with shock. That huge hand which had torn through space had carried a massive amount of devil air, so much so that it could grab Xiaohani, who was at the second sky of the sky realm, and take him away. That incredible power horrified Shi Yan, as he realized that he still had a long way to go in his martial arts. Still lost in his thoughts, Shi Yan suddenly felt that he was sinking. His expression changed. Shi Yan quickly looked at Xia Xinyan, only to find that she had a bit of blood on her neck, which must have come from her mouth. "Are you hurt?" Shi Yan asked, concern in his voice. "A stream of devil light was shot here, and I had trouble defending against it, so my heart and lungs were wounded." Xia Xinyan replied calmly, "My reincarnation martial spirit is disappearing. Once it runs out, I won't even be at the disaster realm of power. God bless you." Shi Yan was astonished. From his view, he couldn't even see a single island or ship. It would take a great amount of luck to survive this. He thought that Xia Xinyan would be able to take him to an island before her reincarnation martial spirit was used up. That hopeful thought of his disappeared. "I'm finished." Xia Xinyan's body shook, and a bit of regret flashed in her eyes. She glanced at Shi Yan and mocked. "I can't believe I'm dying with a goat." Then Xia Xinyan's soft body went down, and her hands, which were holding on to Shi Yan, began to lose their strength. With a rigid face, Shi Yan grabbed Xia Xinyan's hand and fell into the sea with her. Splash! Shi Yan and Xia Xian sunk a few dozen meters into the sea before they slowly stopped sinking. Salty sea water gushed into Shi Yan's mouth and nose, which made it hard for him to breathe. Xia Xinyan was hurt by the devil light, and her reincarnation martial spirit had been completely used up, so she fainted right away. In the middle of the sea, Shi Yan held his breath, wrapped his arms around Xia Xinyan, and kicked his legs to swim to the surface. Pooh! Shi Yan popped out of the sea and took a greedy breath of the fresh air. Floating on the sea with Xia Xinyan in his arms, he was at a loss about what he should do. On the vast sea, he had to endlessly move his legs and use his profound qi to keep both of their heads above the water, but his profound qi would be used up if he couldn't find an island to rest. Then both of them would drown. Floating on the sea, Shi Yan looked around, yet all he saw was the boundless sea. In his arms, Xia Xinyan's veil slipped down, and he could finally see her delicate face. Her gown was wet with water, making it stick to her body and revealing a lot, which was very appealing. Holding Xia Xinyan in his arms and feeling her supple curves, even in this desperate state, Shi Yan was turned on. Xia Xinyan was a rare, gorgeous woman, and now that her attractive body was this close to him, Shi Yan was having trouble focusing on his current situation. Shi Yan kept taking deep breaths, trying not to think about Xia Xinyan's hot body, and after a few minutes he finally managed to calm himself down. I must find somewhere to stand. With a serious face, Shi Yan released his spirit power and extended it in all directions. He sensed that there were a lot of fish swimming in the sea. However, within 1,000 miles, he couldn't find any land to stand on. Treading the water, Shi Yan's eyes blinked. He made up his mind and began to move east. Turning Xia Xinyan over, Shi Yan carried her on his back. 2 plump orbs were pushing against his back, which, again, stirred up ripples in Shi Yan's body. The woman on his back had the top appearance and hottest body he had seen, and her reserved personality was also quite attractive. But now she had her eyes closed and was leaning against his back. Though Shi Yan kept telling himself that it was not the time to think wildly, his mind was controlled by this gorgeous woman on his back. Carrying Xia Xinyan on his back, Shi Yan began to operate his profound qi, making him swim faster and faster. Meanwhile, he used his spirit power to guide him. During that process, he still needed to fight against his lust with his reason. The sun disappeared into the clouds, and the moon climbed up high into the sky. The power of the stars went into Shi Yan's body and concentrated in his heart. Unfortunately, he couldn't use his star martial spirit. One day passed. Shi Yan was still swimming eastward while carrying Xia Xinyan on his back. Another day passed. Shi Yan still kept swimming, yet now his profound qi was almost used up. His spirit power had already been used up, so he couldn't perceive his surroundings anymore. Now he had to move forward and hope he was lucky enough to come across an island. Even finding a rock would be a blessing. He would be fully satisfied if he found a place to set his feet on and recover his profound qi. In the sea, he didn't dare stop swimming or he would sink. Another day went by. Now he had very little profound qi left in his body, and Xia Xinyan was still in a coma with disordered profound qi in her body. That day, Shi Yan was so exhausted that he was wondering if he needed to use his negative energy. Once he used the negative energy, he would move fast for some time, but the repercussions would also exhaust him. Then he would definitely sink. He had thought about using the Yin Pearl, but it wasn't currently compatible with his profound qi. The star martial spirit gained strength from the stars, but without the martial spirit creed from the 3-god sect, he could hardly control it. Late night. The moon was like a plate in the starry sky, and the sea breeze caressed his skin. But Shi Yan was not in the mood to enjoy the beauty as his profound qi was about to run out. If he still couldn't come up with any ideas, then he would sink into the sea before dawn. Shi Yan had already made up his mind that he would operate his negative energy as soon as his profound qi ran out. Shi Yan. Suddenly, a woman's soft whisper came from his back. Shi Yan's so glad that he instantly turned his head around. Xia Xinyan leaned against Shi Yan's back, and her head was laying on his left shoulder. As Shi Yan turned around, his lips just happened to press on hers. Shi Yan felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his eyes were soon filled with desire. However, he quickly turned his neck and kept some distance from Xia Xinyan's cherry-red lips. Xia Xinyan's eyes were filled with wrath and stared at him coldly. Not on purpose. Shi Yan was relaxed. I was carrying you on my back all this time. I could have done anything I wanted to. Xia Xinyan's expression changed a little, and she tried to struggle off Shi Yan's back. Her breasts then rubbed on Shi Yan's back, making Shi Yan much hornier. Stop, don't move. Shi Yan suffered while trying to stop Xia Xinyan, and he spoke quickly, his face blushing. You'd better not move if you don't want to die. The desire in Shi Yan's eyes made Xia Xinyan realize it was inappropriate. In just an instant, her pale face blushed as bright as an apple. Xia Xinyan was so shy. Being the pride of the Xia family, she had diligently trained from a young age. For these years, she had devoted herself to training and never took any interest in a man. However, today she was leaning on this goat, her breasts pressing against his back. Xia Xinyan felt so ashamed that she would have killed Shi Yan if it were not for the fact that she had no energy right now. Staring at Shi Yan, Xia Xinyan's cheeks turned more and more red, and the pace of her breaths quickened. Her shame and anger building. She was getting ready to kill Shi Yan. Shi Yan's expression turned weird, and his eyes were smoldering with lust. Are you turned on? Shut up. Xia Xinyan went into a rage. It's anger. Why are you so perverted? Shi Yan was not angry at all, and he continued. Well, I don't think we will live through the night. You are so hot, and it would be a shame to die a virgin. I would be very glad to serve you right now. Shut up. Xia Xinyan struggled and yelled, Don't touch me. Put me down. Let me drown while I am still pure. At that moment Shi Yan cried out, We are saved. Chapter 121. A Man and a Woman Alone. Chapter 121. A Man and a Woman Alone. On an isolated island. The island was small, about the size of a large soccer field, and the air around it was humid. There were no living things in sight, except for some small trees. In the immeasurable, endless sea, this isolated island was too small, but it brought a hope of survival to Shi Yan. Carrying Xia Xinyan to this island, Shi Yan felt a little relieved. It was the kind of happiness that only those who survived disaster could feel. Putting Xia Xinyan down, Shi Yan sprawled out on the beach, laying down on the sands and not wanting to move a bit. He was exhausted. He had not rested once the past few days, and his profound qi had almost run out. Very few people could endure in an environment like that. It was only thanks to his stamina and strong, profound qi that he had made it. Xia Xinyan was at his side, tired and lifeless. Some 3 meters away from him, Shi Yan turned and looked at her, and then teased, Well, it seems you can't die a virgin now. Xia Xinyan's expression changed, and a cold light crossed her eyes. How dare you! Right now, her energy had not recovered, and she couldn't use her profound qi. She would be unable to respond if Shi Yan did something to her. At the thought of Shi Yan's disposition, she was a little worried, though her face showed no fear. Ha 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 ha. Shi Yan laughed wildly. Xia Xinyan was both pissed and scared because she didn't know what Shi Yan would do, so she tried to keep some distance from him. Shi Yan wasn't planning on doing anything to her, but seeing her on alert, he came up with an idea to tease her. On the beach, Shi Yan rolled his body and approached Xia Xinyan. In an instant, he was only a half a meter away from Xia Xinyan, his hot eyes gazing into her crystal-like eyes. Shi Yan looked at her teasingly. Running away? You think you can run away? Xinyan, who would win if we fought right now? I remember that you said that you would marry me if I won. Shameless! Xia Xinyan yelled. Stay away from me, or I won't let you go peacefully when I recover. I wouldn't have waited till now if I do want to do something to you, Shi Yan said. He seemed to think a bit before he spoke again. You think you would have left safely when you were in the rain pavilion? That time. Why? Xia Xinyan asked curiously. When in the rain pavilion, Shi Yan found 2 girls to serve him, yet he never touched her. Meanwhile, according to her observations, Shi Yan was a devil, since he raped Ling Xiaofeng's bride in front of him. Xia Xinyan was horrified every time she thought about that. But back in the rain pavilion, Shi Yan saw her pretty face, yet didn't do anything, which confused her a lot. Why do I have to touch you? Shi Yan showed a rare seriousness. I'm a man with a lot of lust. It's okay to go to a brothel. As for that Moinu, I almost died at her hands. Of course I wanted to get revenge. Ling Xiaofeng also attacked my father, who was not even a warrior. They deserved it. Pausing for a moment, Shi Yan glanced over at Xia Xinyan. As for you, apart from pushing me to join the Xia family, you did nothing bad to me. I'm not a kind guy, but I'm not a devil either. Xia Xinyan went silent. After quite a while, Xia Xinyan said, I hope that's the truth. Shi Yan nodded, a beaming smile on his face. I'm not a gentleman nor a monster. By the way, how are you now? You recovered very fast previously. What's up now? The nutrition pills I had have been used up. Xia Xinyan sighed. Without them, I will need at least 3 months to recover. I was also seriously hurt this time, so I need at least 3 days to soothe my profound qi. Okay, focus on stabling your profound qi then, and I will go prepare some food. Shi Yan nodded, then looked up at the sky. I will take a rest first, then I will go in search for something to eat. Then Shi Yan took a deep breath, sat down in fatigue, and began to operate his profound qi. Xia Xinyan stayed on the beach, laying on her left side. Her long legs looked quite appealing. In meditation, Shi Yan now looked as stable as a mountain. What kind of person is he? After a long while, Xia Xinyan shook her head, turned her eyes away from him, and concentrated on her profound qi. Not knowing how long had it been, Shi Yan woke up quietly and looked up into the sky. The sunlight hurt his eyes. The sun was heating. Shi Yan stood up, feeling refreshed. Most of his lost profound qi had come back, and his fatigue had also disappeared. Turning back, he found Xia Xinyan still lying on her side, but her robe had dried. Her smooth curves, long legs, and white skin were exquisite under the sunlight. Watching her greedily, Shi Yan took a deep breath and jumped into the sea. A quarter of an hour later, Shi Yan returned with 2 fish in his hands. Then he walked up to Xia Xinyan and coughed softly. Xia Xinyan's eyelashes trembled, then she opened her eyes. She seemed to have gained some of her profound qi back as she sat up and glanced at Shi Yan. What? Do you have firestone? Yes. Xia Xinyan touched the green ring on her finger, and, with an odd flash of light, a firestone appeared in her palm. Throwing that firestone to Shi Yan, she stood up slowly, blushing. She walked to a small tree nearby and demanded, I need to get changed, don't peep. Okay. Shi Yan nodded, joy in his eyes. That tree was only as thick as his thigh. Xia Xinyan walked behind the tree and took off her robe. The tree was too thin to cover her body, so her curves were clearly seen by Shi Yan. Xia Xinyan took off her robe and covered her chest with an arm, yet her ass was still visible. Her ass was plump and smooth, which turned Shi Yan on. In a second, it was covered by Xia Xinyan's green skirt. Feeling relieved, Xia Xinyan took a deep breath and moved away from the tree. After a glance at Shi Yan, Xia Xinyan was angered as she saw something poking up between Shi Yan's legs. Bastard! Shi Yan quickly stood up. Under Xia Xinyan's angry eyes, Shi Yan looked calm. I didn't peep. I looked. What? It's no big deal. No big deal? See what happened to you down there. Xia Xinyan was so furious that thoughts of killing him started forming again. Well, I'm just potent. That happens to it after a few days without a woman. Shi Yan chuckled and then dashed over to a withered tree. You dash! You dash! Xia Xinyan was so angry she couldn't even speak correctly. Ever since she was a little girl, every man was polite in front of her. They would talk about poetry, laws, or cultivation, but nothing dirty like this. Only this guy went to brothels, talked about dirty things, and tried to flirt with her. She felt humiliated. However, being trapped in such a nasty environment and not having any power, all she could do was feel angry. Before long, Shi Yan came back with a bunch of tree branches in his arms, acting like nothing had happened. He lit the branches with the firestone and began to roast the fish. The scent of meat wafted through the air. Hungry? Then have something to eat. You can shout as much as you like if you are still mad at me. No one would ever know. Since I did see your body, it's okay if you curse me. Shi Yan giggled, turned a fish over, and handed it to Xia Xinyan. I'm not hungry. Xia Xinyan turned away coldly. Just then, her stomach began to growl loudly. He. Shi Yan smirked and walked up, pushing the fish into her hand and teased. What for? Just a glance. What's the big deal? Or should I take responsibility and marry you? Shut up. Xia Xinyan grabbed the roasted fish and glared at him. Never mind, I should understand you by now. Yeah, I'm a bad guy, a very malicious guy. Sure, Yan didn't care at all, and he tore his fish apart and wolfed it down. Barbaric! Xia Xinyan cursed. Then she took out a knife and began to eat her fish. Chapter 122, The Yinyang Wonderland. Chapter 122, The Yinyang Wonderland. On a deserted island in the ocean. Having grilled fish to eat lightened both Shi Yan's and Xia Xinyan's moods. Especially Xia Xinyan, whose face became much warmer as soon as the grilled fish entered her stomach. After Shi Yan ate his fill, he pondered for a moment, and suddenly took out a small bottle from his bag. He went to the water's edge by himself and poured a gray powder from the bottle into the sea. He mixed the powder well with the seawater and thoroughly scrubbed his face with it. After a while, Shi Yan returned to Xia Xinyan's side. Her eyes widened, then she snorted dismissively. Such a deceiver. So this is your true face, huh? Back in the Shi family, in order to conceal his identity in the martial competition, he had sought for a disguise artist to change his looks. But now, as he was in the endless sea, leaving the Baiming, Ling, and Mo families far behind, he had no reason to conceal his true features. Thus he removed his disguise. Without the disguise, Shi Yan's looks were quite different. The dark, toned skin became lighter, and the bushy black brows became thinner, like sharp swords which cut through his forehead. His face became a little more angular and less rugged, but with more cold and fierce features. He had a unique, unyielding, and imposing visage. Shi Yan wasn't an extremely handsome man, but he had a special quality which gave people strong-minded, direct, and fierce impression. Xia Xinyan glanced at him a few more times, and then said, "The look you have right now fits your arrogant and despicable nature." Shi Yan was stunned, so he asked, "Are you complimenting or insulting me? What do you think?" Shi Yan shook his head, as he didn't want to haggle over with her on this topic. His expression slowly darkened, and he suddenly asked, That demon king Bo-sun, who exactly is he? Whenever he thought about that frightening figure, Shi Yan shuddered in his mind. Being able to rip through space and take away the sky, realm Shura King, Xiao Han, the master of such earth-shaking powers, had made a deep impact on him. Bo-sun is one of the 2 demon kings in the 4th demon area. Whenever Shi Yan mentioned this terrifying master, Xia Xinyan's expression turned gloomy. In the 4th demon area, there are 2 demon kings, named Bo-sun and Qi Yan. Both of them are nigh invincible. Their demon powers are unfathomable and infinite. It is said that they are both on the verge of stepping into the true God realm. Demons can also cultivate. Do they have the same rankings that we do? Shi Yan was surprised. Of course. Xia Xinyan nodded and explained, not only demons, but even the dark dwellers of the 7-fold underworld can cultivate. But whether it be the demons or the dark dwellers, the powers they gather are different than ours. The demons live in the demon area, and they absorb natural demon energy. The dark dwellers, living in the 7-fold underworld, absorb natural dark energy. Demon energy and dark energy are like the natural spirit energies we have here. There are also clusters of these energies that exist in this world. Other than demons and dark dwellers, there are also some foreign clans in the Endless Sea who also cultivate in spirit energies that are different than ours. But be it the demon energy, dark energy, or spirit energies, they are all different kinds of natural powers. The cultivation of warriors, no matter what spirit energies, are mostly the same. Xia Xinyan slowly informed Shi Yan of all the common knowledge in the Endless Sea. She mentioned the demons and the dark dwellers, and the differences between the God domain and the Grace mainland. The demon king Bo-sun, Shi Yan frowned. Why did he attack Uncle Xiao? Back in the day, the head of the Yang family, Yang Qingdi, brought powerful warriors from the Yang family into the 4th demon area. They killed a demon master in the 4th demon area. I believe Master Xiao should have told you about this? Yes. That demon master was under the command of the demon king Bo-sun. In the 4th demon area, there are 4 demon masters, 2 of which follow the demon king Qi Yan, and 2 of whom are devoted followers of the demon king Bo-sun. Yang Qingdi killed one of Bo-sun's demon masters, so of course Bo-sun would go against the Yang family. Bo-sun is on the verge of stepping into the true God realm, so even if he were to attack, he would have gone for the head of the Yang family. Why go for Uncle Xiao? Shi Yan was very confused. Who said Bo-sun had to attack? Xia Xinyan glared at Shi Yan, then said coldly that giant white skeletal hand was only one of the 3 skeletal avatars of Bo-sun. Although the skeletal avatars are pieces of Bo-sun, they're not his main body. Bo-sun's original body has always been in the cave of 1,000 demons. He won't easily come out. If that were really the main body of Demon King Bo-sun that attacked us, do you think you and I could have really escaped? What? Shi Yan was shocked. You're saying that giant bone hand, out of the 3 of Bo-sun's skeletal avatars, was only the hand of one of them? That's right. Shi Yan's heart was shaken. Only a hand of one of the skeletal avatars was able to cause so much movement in the Endless Sea. It ripped through space and directly grabbed Xiao Han. If it were the Demon King, Bo-sun himself, how much power would that be? Xia Xinyan seemed to know the shock in his heart, so she didn't rush to speak, and instead she only looked at him. After a long time, the look in Shi Yan's eyes became firm, and he said, "That certainly is a terror. I really hope I will one day be able to fight with the Demon King, Bo-sun." Xia Xinyan was stunned, and her beautiful eyes were filled with strange emotions. You're only in the first sky of the disaster realm. How could you dare to rave about fighting with Bo-sun? Even after 100 years, you will still be unable to go against one of the skeletal avatars of Bo-sun. The Yang family members, sure, are all arrogant. None of you know what you're worth. Shi Yan smiled. I'm still young, and I have plenty of time to catch up. One day, maybe I can also become known in all the heavens and can split the skies with my bare hands. Xia Xinyan was silent, but after a while, she finally nodded lightly. She didn't say much, but inside, her view of Shi Yan had changed. For an ordinary warrior, after seeing the invincible power of the Demon King Bo Sun, it would probably leave an everlasting shadow in his mind. Let alone fighting with the Demon King Bo Sun. Maybe they would have been occasionally affected by the shadow in their mind while cultivating and would never be able to get rid of that shadow. But Shi Yan's mind was as solid as stone. Not only was he not afraid, instead his monstrous will to fight was activated, growing to have the arrogant thought of one day battling with the Demon King Bo Sun. With such disposition, as long as his luck and talent could follow through, he would surely someday stand on top of the world. Is Uncle Xiao going to be okay? Sure, Yan suddenly sighed and said sadly, Uncle Xiao helped me out a lot in the Merchant Union. I really don't want anything to happen to him. Ai. Too bad my strength isn't enough, or else I would have definitely slaughtered all on the way to the 4th demon area and take Uncle Xiao back from Bo Sun's hands. I don't know either. Xia Xinyan shook her head. I'm afraid that even a skeletal avatar of Bo Sun is impossible for Master Xiao to defeat. Hopefully, the heavens would help a good man like Master Xiao and help him survive through this disaster. Shi Yan's expression was full of frustration. He shook his head and sighed, then said, If anything happens to Uncle Xiao, one day I will definitely avenge for him and slaughter that Demon King Bo Sun. Xia Xinyan's face changed. She was more and more stunned by Shi Yan's arrogance. In the vast, endless sea, there were many strong figures and countless powerful warriors, but none could dare say that they could slaughter Bo Sun. This guy is only in the disaster realm, having just stepped into the threshold of martial arts. While clearly knowing the monstrous evil powers of the Demon King Bo Sun, he could still speak of such arrogant things. Could he really be a madman? Sure, Yin didn't explain, but this raving statement wasn't really that arrogant to him. There was no other real reason, but he was sure the mysterious martial spirit inside him would provide him with limitless potential. As long as he was constantly killing, he would naturally be absorbing negative energies and could then transform them into extraordinary powers to nourish his martial spirit and profound qi. He only needed to kill several thousand people, and that would be equivalent to decades of heavy cultivation of an ordinary person. With this special feature of the mysterious martial spirit, one day he would be able to talk face to face with the Demon King Bo Sun. Of course, he would never tell anyone else about this. The next 2 days, Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan both stayed on the deserted island. They survived by eating fish meat and drinking fish blood. The sea was endless. There were no flying demon beasts, nor were there any giant ships. It might as well have been wiser to stay on the island than to blindly leave. Xia Xinyan also approved of this. These past 2 days, other than eating together, they both cultivated on their own and did not disturb each other. Another day passed. Sitting on the sand, Shi Yan extended his mind's power, and he suddenly sensed an object in the distance. Instantly his expression bloomed, as he quickly stood up and shouted to Xia Xinyan, There's a ship! Xia Xinyan came over from the other side of the island and followed Shi Yan to gaze, looking out to the east. In 15 minutes, an enormous iron ship slowly appeared. The iron ship's flag flew in the ocean wind, looking majestic. Aya! Aha! Shi Yan screamed loudly. His shriek pierced through the sky like the howls of wolves. Xia Xinyan frowned and covered her ears, cursing him in her mind. She glared at him bitterly. That enormous iron ship seemed to have heard the calls and slowly started sailing towards him. Shi Yan waved his arms and continued screaming. Hey! he suddenly exclaimed. There was a shady look on his face as he chuckled. Sinyan, that ship seems quite interesting. On that giant steel ship hung many flags. Lifelike erotic images were embroidered on each of the flags. There was a couple in the wheelbarrow position, a couple in the lotus position, a couple in the flower on the back position, and many more like this. Under the blowing of ocean wind, those erotic images flew wildly. The lifelike men and women on those erotic images looked as if they were coming to life and showing great vigor. Xia Xinyan flushed, and she suddenly thought of something, exclaiming, "The ship is from the Yin-Yang Wonderland." Then Xia Xinyan quickly touched the green jade ring on her finger and took out a pack of powdered medicine, which she quickly smeared on her face. A few minutes later, Xia Xinyan looked like a different person. Her breathtaking appearance was completely gone. Instead, her face was yellow and dark and filled with pimples, making her a slightly ugly young girl. "What the hell are you doing?" Shiryen was dumbfounded. People from the Yin-Yang Wonderland tend to heavily indulge in their lust. They're one of the most unique forces in the endless sea. The disciples of the Yin-Yang Wonderland cultivate through sexual intercourse. So outstanding-looking men and women become targets for disciples of the Yin-Yang Wonderland. At the moment, my power has not recovered. So if I were to reveal my true face, I'm afraid I'd be doomed. After finishing up her disguise, Xia Xinyan finally relaxed a bit and spoke indifferently. "Ah," Shiryen exclaimed, and then frowned and said, "Then wouldn't a uniquely tempered and extraordinarily handsome man like me be doomed to suffer?" Some male disciples of the Yin-Yang Wonderland are also gay. Xia Xinyan said indifferently, secretly feeling delightful. Gay. Shiryan's face quickly changed. Chapter 123. One Palace, 2 Divine Lands, 3 Wonderlands for Sex, 5 Families. Chapter 123. One Palace, 2 Divine Lands, 3 Wonderlands for Sex, 5 Families. The ship moved through the wind and waves, and slowly approached their little island. On its deck, many pretty young girls were standing on their tiptoes to see who it was on the island. There were flags with lurid sex scenes dancing with the wind. Those people on the deck were pointing at Shiryen and Xia Xinyan and chatting with each other. After changing her appearance, Xia Xinyan wore a cold expression, standing still on the sands. Shiryen stopped howling and frowned, looking tired. At the beginning, he was excited and curious about the people on that ship, especially when Xia Xinyan said they were from the Yin-Yang Wonderland, which had very open views on sex. Sure, Yin was looking forward to having some fun in the future. But when Xia Xinyan mentioned that the males from the Yin-Yang Wonderland also liked men, Yen suddenly got depressed. It was too late to regret, as the ship had already come near, and they didn't know how long they would need to wait if they missed this ship. Without any other choices, Yen decided to try and board the ship, hoping for the best. Soon, that 100-meter-long ship arrived at the shore. Women and men were walking busily on the deck, most of whom were rather good-looking, ranging from 13 years old to 40 years old. "Who are you? Why are you here?" A yellow-faced thin man on the deck asked loudly. He looked to be around 40 years old. This guy was at Nirvana Realm, yet he spoke with a loud voice, looking cautious. "We are from the west, heading for the endless sea. Our boat came across a storm and was smashed. We barely escaped and were washed here. Please take us from here." Sure, Ian crossed his hands in front of his chest and spoke with hopeful eyes. "From the west." That guy frowned, narrowed his eyes, and examined Shiryen for a while. Then he looked at Xia Xinyan and said coldly, "Got anything good with you?" "We won't save you for free." Shiryen was surprised, and then smiled in embarrassment. "Our belongs were washed away." "Let's go." That yellow-faced man grunted and shouted back, "Not going to pick up Shiryen and Xia Xinyan." Shi Yen frowned without saying anything. In his bag there was a level 6 demon crystal and many crystal coins. But he was cautious. He knew he would be killed, rather than being allowed to step on that ship if he showed his treasure. So he'd better pretend to be poor, for even if he can't step on the ship, he could still live for a couple of days. Seeing that man's leaving, Shi Yen was relieved, though his face still showed worry. Wait a moment. At that time, the lazy voice of a woman came from a room on the ship. A window was cracked open, and a woman looked out through it. Standing on the sands, Shi Yen looked up at that window and found a light was shining down on him. It was a woman. Shi Yen relieved and calmed down. "Priest Jew, what can I do for you?" That yellow-faced man frowned and asked unhappily. The woman behind the window giggled. "Well, I see the two miserable-looking people. Our plants under the deck need people to take care of them, and we have many dirty things that need cleaning. Just bring them aboard and let them take care of those." Now that priest Jew had said it. I have to do as you said. That yellow-faced man hesitated, knowing what she wanted, but he nodded. "Pull in, let's get them aboard. Li Wei, arrange them. Don't let them ruin the plants." That yellow-faced man ordered and walked upstairs, frowning. He didn't pay any more attention to Shi Yen and Xia Xinyan. A handsome young man smiled and announced to that man's back, "Don't worry, uncle. I will deal with it." This young man was at the second sky of Disaster Realm. Though he looked young, there were several wrinkles around his eyes. Shi Yen and Xia Xinyan looked at each other and walked to the iron ship together. They climbed up the ladder one by one. After getting onto the ship, Shi Yen found the ship was rather spacious. It had 3 decks and was made of black iron and wood. Dozens of men and women stood on the deck in couples, some of whom were kissing. From the rooms on the ship, moans of men and women came every now and then. Shi Yen was rather shocked by what he saw. They were more blatantly sexual than many of those brothels in the world, which even surprised Shi Yen. Xia Xinyan looked indifferent, for she despised the atmosphere here. She chose to keep her head down. The iron ship had 3 decks, and they were put at the bottom where it was wet and stuffy. Li Wei showed them to a shabby room, opened the door, and frowned, quickly backing up. His eyes wandered over Xia Xinyan's body and became complicated. Ugly face, but hot body. Would be okay at night. Xia Xinyan, who lowered her head, had a chill come across her eyes, and she quickly bit her lips. Shi Yen walked over to Xia Xinyan and grabbed her hand. "We are a couple, 1 room is enough." Being caught by Shi Yen, Xia Xinyan struggled a little at first, but as soon as Shi Yen said that, she stopped struggling. "A couple?" Li Wei's eyes became complicated, and he nodded. You can use this room. Rest for the night. Tomorrow you shall move the plants to the top deck and clean out this lower deck, understand?" "Got it," Shi Yen replied. Li Wei nodded. His eyes wandered over Xia Xinyan, and then he smiled. "I want to kill him." As Li Wei left, Xia Xinyan said with a cold face, "Not until you regain your energy." Shi Yen walked into the room. He found it to be extremely small, no more than 5 square meters. Apart from a dusty wooden bed, there was no other furniture in the room, not even a quilt. The room was windowless, stuffy, dirty, and filled with spider webs. As Shi Yen walked up to move the webs, dust filled the room. Xia Xinyan didn't walk in, but frowned and stood outside, watching Shi Yen clean the room. The Yin-Yang Wonderland is one of the 15 powers in the Endless Sea, close to the Corpse sect, the Barbarian sect, and the Chao family, which oppose the Yang family and the Xiao family. We can't expose our identities here. While Shi Yen was cleaning the room, Xia Xinyan started speaking in a low voice. 15 powers in the Endless Sea? What are they? Shi Yen glanced back at her and then continued to clean the room. In the Endless Sea, there is 1 palace, 2 divine lands, 3 wonderlands for sects, and 5 families. The Martial Spirit Palace, the Heaven Lake Divine Land, the Penglai Divine Land, the Magical Wonderland, the Yin-Yang Wonderland, the Evil Wonderland, the Three-God Sect, the Sacred Sect, the Corpse Sect, the Barbarian Sect, the Yang, Dongfang, Chao, Xia, and Gu families. These 15 powers are the strongest in the Endless Sea. Apart from them, there are many other sects and families. Xia Xinyan explained. You said that the Three-God Sect and the Yang family are in the different camps. Now, this Yin-Yang Wonderland is in a completely different camp too? How many camps are there? Shi Yan asked. There are 5 seas in the Endless Sea, and each sea is a camp. The Yang family, the Xia family, and the Evil Wonderland are in the Kiara Sea, belonging to the same camp. The Yin-Yang Wonderland, the Corpse Sect, the Barbarian Sect, and the Chao family are in the Tattoo Sea. The Martial Spirit Palace and Penglai Divine Land are in the Sky Sea. The Heaven Lake Divine Land, the Magical Wonderland, and the Sacred Sect are in the Black Sea. And the Three-God Sect, Dongfang family, and Gu family are in the Hengluo Sea. The 5 camps are always fighting each other. Now, I feel that this has become complicated. Shi Yan shook his head. However, this doesn't bother me because the Endless Sea keeps getting more and more interesting. Since we boarded this ship of the Yin-Yang Wonderland, are we going to the Tattoo Sea? The Tattoo Sea is far from our Kiara Sea. In the Yin-Yang Wonderland, warriors of elementary, nascent, and human realms are general disciples. Warriors of disaster and earth realms are core disciples. Warriors of Nirvana realm are priests. Warriors of the Sky realm are elders. And the highest masters are the Queen of Sky and King of Earth, who are at the God realm. There are only 2 Nirvana warriors on this iron ship, so they must be priests of the Yin-Yang Wonderland, who are in charge of collecting medicine, jade, and silk for the Yin-Yang Wonderland. We have to be careful, otherwise we may never reach the Tattoo Sea and leave this ship. Xia Xinyan frowned. It's okay now. Come on in, Shi Yan said. The room was clean after Shi Yan's efforts, but there was still only one bed. Xia Xinyan glanced at it and frowned. You stay on the bed, and I will sleep on the ground. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Don't be nervous. I don't trust you. Xia Xinyan grunted, but then she walked into the room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to train. Shi Yan wanted to ask more about the Endless Sea, but seeing that Xia Xinyan was silent, he quietly sat down and began to train. They kept silent for a night. Chapter 124. Here, on this ship, you are my girl. Chapter 124. Here, on this ship, you are my girl. The next morning. Shi Yan slowly opened his eyes. He felt full of energy, and his eyes shone with light. After cultivating for an entire night, Shi Yan felt refreshed. It seemed that after all the disasters he went through lately, his state of mind had somehow changed. His mind's power erupted and wandered around the lowest deck of the iron ship. His mind moved through the air and touched many flower pots. He estimated that there were roughly 100 flower pots on this level, with the smaller ones only being palm-sized, but the bigger ones being basin-sized. His mind slowly spread to the middle deck. Suddenly, waves of different mental energies seeped through and hurtled towards Shi Yan's mind. Shi Yan's face changed, and he quickly withdrew his power as he immediately realized that there were many disaster realm warriors on the upper decks. Many of these warriors had very forceful mind powers. They were like powerful giant waves with fierce strength behind them. Earth realm. Shi Yan gasped. He quickly realized those strong responses were from the minds of Earth realm warriors. There were a couple dozens of these warriors on the middle deck, which put a bit of fear in Shi Yan's heart. The disaster realm is different than the realms that go before it. When cultivating, you need to gain experience. Only if you experience different dangers and live through all kinds of different challenges, gaining insight from them, can you break through to the next stage. Apparently Xia Xinyan was already awake. She glanced at him and spoke indifferently. In the disaster realm, just having the most vigorous, profound qi itself is no use. Even if you go back to the Yang family and take some elixirs, without the support of a strong mind, it would be hard for you to break through quickly. Sure, Yen also noticed the difference in this realm as he nodded and said, it seems that sometimes danger isn't always a bad thing. I have a feeling that once my body recovers, I should be able to step into the earth realm. Lately, I've experienced many things, and these experiences are enough for me to take a whole step forward. Xia Xinyan's eyes were glistening with light. The earth realm. Shi Yan grinned, and he chuckled. Doesn't that mean it will be a lot harder for me to catch up to you? Xia Xinyan didn't bother to pay attention to him. She quietly snorted and slowly got down from the bed. You too, get up and start working. A crisp voice came from the stairs that lead up to the higher decks. Soon a 17 to 18-year-old girl with bristling eyebrows appeared at the door and pointed to Shi Yan, saying, You, go carry these flower pots up to the deck. The woman will be responsible for cleaning this level. There will be no food or water for you if you don't finish these duties. Then, with a kata-kata sound, the girl went upstairs. She spent as little time down here as possible. Let's go work. Shi Yan smiled. There's no such thing as a free feast in this world. It seems that it won't be easy for us along the way. Xinyan, if you can't handle it, I can help you a little after I'm finished with my work. There's no need. Xia Xinyan coldly replied, You should be careful yourself. Don't get caught by the gay guys. Shi Yan's expression darkened, and he spoke angrily. Are you intending to piss me off? Xia Xinyan rolled her eyes, and as if she felt delighted, she said dismissively, I'm just reminding you to be careful, which is for your own good. You're so ungrateful. Shi Yan snorted, stopped arguing with her, and started carrying the flower pots. Time passed quickly. With the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In these 10 days, every morning, after he got up, Shi Yan would carry the flower pots from this level to the deck. Then, after the sun set, he would carry the flower pots back. He repeated this every day. Xia Xinyan was the same. She worked downstairs during the day, clumsily cleaning the dust on this level. During these 10 days, whenever Shi Yan finished his work, he would go down and help her clean the dust and the filthy objects. Slowly, Xia Xinyan stopped being cold to Shi Yan. Sometimes when she talked to him, she would even give him a rare smile. It made Shi Yan feel warmth in his heart, and he wouldn't feel dull in these days at all. Every day, after the two finished their work, that girl named Xiao Feng would bring food and water to them. The food was just some salted fish and steamed bread, which didn't taste that great. Sure, Yan didn't mind, but even when he gorged down all the food, he still wouldn't feel full. Xia Xinyan, on the other hand, had never been through such hardships. She worked her ass off every day, but still only had this poor quality food to eat. Her appetite became smaller and smaller. Every night, the two would be squeezed in that tiny little room, listening to the shouting of the cultivating couples upstairs. In the beginning, Xia Xinyan felt very awkward. She was flushed to her neck and wouldn't even look at Shi Yan. She feared that Shi Yan might turn into a lustful beast and do some indignifying things to her. Then, as time went on, she saw that Shi Yan had been behaving calmly. Although he did flush a few times, he didn't take any further actions. Soon she let down her guard. In the end, the two could even listen to the lustful sounds upstairs and casually chat at the same time. Another day passed. Shi Yan spent 3 hours bringing all of the flower pots up to the deck. Then he immediately returned to the lower level, ready to help Xia Xinyan clean up the junk. What are you doing? Suddenly, Xia Xinyan's shout came from the lower level. Shi Yan scowled and sprinted downstairs. He quickly saw Li Wei standing at the door of the room. shamelessly pestering Xia Xinyan. Behind Li Wei were 3 male disciples from the Yin-Yang Wonderland, who were all in the first sky of the disaster realm. The 3 smiled lazily. Xia Xinyan had been recovering quite well lately, but she still couldn't use her profound qi, or all her progress would be for nothing. Li Wei was at the second sky of the disaster realm. He was a core disciple of the Yin-Yang Wonderland, and also the nephew of that yellow-faced man. He had quite a powerful position on the ship. He was obviously not here with good intentions. Sure, your face looks a little ugly, but your figure is quite fine. The lighting on this level isn't that great, so I can bear with it. Stop struggling. It's a great blessing for you to be able to accept my favor. Once you're mine, you'll no longer have to work hard on this level. The quality of your food will also get much better. Li Wei smiled as he stormed into that cramped room, speaking with disdain. That kid can't protect you. If you don't want to become fish food with him, you better be good. Girl, it's a blessing for you to enter the eye of Brother Wei. Frankly speaking, with your looks a normal man would never be interested, but Brother Wei is special and can accept women with a good figure. If you stay put, there will be plenty of benefits for you on this ship. At the doorway, behind Li Wei, Yin-Yang Wonderland disciple at the first sky of the disaster realm spoke persuasively. Get the hell out of here. Xia Xinyan stood inside the room, her expression cold and her eyes were piercing. Hee, once I have my fun, I'll go. Li Wei smiled, an obscene look in his eyes. Suddenly, a shadow stormed into the room, like a cannonball, and his shoulders knocked away the 3 disciples guarding the door. Sure, Yin made his way into the room. With a cold expression, he kicked Li Wei's back, sending him flying. He slammed hard onto the wooden wall of the room. You want to die? Li Wei brushed away the blood on the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. He glared at Shi Yan and said, sneering, This is a ship of the Yin-Yang Wonderland. You're digging your own grave. Fuck off. Now. Shi Yan furrowed his brows. His expression was annoyed. Kid, you're dead. The 3 warriors outside the door immediately sprinted their way once they could react to the situation. Shi Yan's body, quietly petrified, and the yin qi and the profound qi formed into a gravitational field, completely blocking up the door. The 3 disaster realm warriors all fell into the gravitational field, and their bodies involuntarily started spinning. Shi Yan's expression was cold. His eyes were like sharp blades. He suddenly sprinted towards Li Wei, his fingers forming into spears, gleaming in the chilling light. Li Wei's expression changed, and he opened his hands. A grayish-white light burst out from his palm. Bang! Shi Yan's finger stabbed right through the light ball, making his arms tingle. The finger continued and pierced through Li Wei's chest. Thump! Just as Li Wei stood up from the previous blow, his body was again struck against the wooden wall, his face filled with panic. Taking a step forward, Shi Yan grabbed Li Wei by his neck, lifting him high into the air. Shi Yan's eyes were murderous. He grinned and said, You dare to have wicked ideas about my girl? I'll happily cut off your limbs for you. Li Wei was single-handedly lifted up by Shi Yan. His feet were dangling in the air, and he couldn't muster any strength to oppose this. Li Wei's eyes showed a flash of fear, and he was having difficulty breathing, constantly struggling and hitting Shi Yan with his fists. Shi Yan had already activated his petrification martial spirit, and there was also a layer of dark light covering his body. No matter how hard Li Wei tried, he couldn't even make a dent in Shi Yan. Shi Yan was standing as still as a stone. Shi Yan! Xia Xinyan was slightly surprised. She suddenly exclaimed and stared at him while shaking her head, signaling that he shouldn't take Li Wei's life. This was the first time she saw Shi Yan attack. She was secretly stunned by such fierce and ruthless attacks. The warriors outside and Li Wei were all disaster realm warriors, and amongst them Li Wei was actually at the second sky of the disaster realm. But all these 4 people were restrained by Shi Yan on the very first encounter. Moreover, the 3 by the door were still strangely spinning. God knows what method Shi Yan used. Li Wei was the worst. He was restrained almost instantly without a single chance of fighting back. Even Xia Xinyan, who had seen plenty of capable young men, was surprised by Shi Yan's ruthless and fierce methods. She wondered how Shi Yan, who had just entered the disaster realm, could possess such unyielding powers. Roll your ass out. Shi Yan threw Li Wei to the floor and kicked him out. Li Wei kept rolling on the floor, and he actually did roll out. Shi Yan released the gravitational field, and together the 3 warriors by the door fell onto the floor. Taking a step forward, Shi Yan stood by the doorway and spoke with a cold expression. I am not staying on your ship as a freeloader. Next time, if you dare to get any more ideas about my girl, you will never be able to enjoy women again for the rest of your lives. Leave. Don't let me ever smell your stench again. The 4 disaster real warriors, including Li Wei, looked at Shi Yan with clenched teeth. Let's go. Li Wei stood up. His expression was twisted. Scowling, he turned around and walked away. The 3 disaster realm warriors on the ground all grudgingly stared at Shi Yan. At last, they quietly stood up and followed Li Wei out. Shi Yan was blocking the doorway like a doorkeeper. His eyes were sharp, and murderous thoughts flashed across his eyes. He said indifferently, Those 4 kids won't let this go easily. We should get ready. Maybe we would really have to resort to escape by jumping into the sea. Fuck, I haven't even gotten to play with our girls yet, and they already dare to have ideas about my girl. Those fuckers really want to die. Who are you calling your girl? Xia Xinyan clenched her teeth and glared at him bitterly. Here, on this ship, you are my girl. Shi Yan turned around and smiled widely at her. As for the future, you never know. Chapter 125. Accept as Disciple? Chapter 125. Accept as Disciple. Sponsored by Tyson Hartwell. On the bottom level of the iron ship, Shi Yan's expression was serious. He kept knocking on the iron and wooden boards of the ship. Xia Xinyan stood silently to the side. She only quietly watched his movements. The iron ship is very solid, but it can't stop me. If I use all my strength, it will be enough to break through these boards. Shi Yan tapped around for a moment. Then his expression loosened. He smiled and said, We can stay right here. If some master were to go against us later, then I can just blow a big hole in the ship and escape into the sea with you. Xia Xinyan nodded lightly. That Li Wei won't let this go easily. He should be bringing some people here very soon. Xinyan, your charm is really fascinating. Even under such a disguise, you can still attract all these bugs. TSK, TSK. Shi Yan shook his head in exclamation. If you return to your true appearance, then all the men on this ship would go crazy. It seems that we cannot stay here for long. Let's leave as soon as we can. You attract bugs. Really nothing decent can come out of your filthy mouth. Xia Xinyan rolled her eyes, but she didn't really get mad. Instead, she felt a little bit secretly pleased inside. Although Shi Yan's words didn't sound that good to her ears, he did compliment her beauty. If it were back then, she couldn't have cared less. But now, looking at Shi Yan, she didn't feel that annoyed anymore. Back in that moment, Shi Yan blocked the door and held up against 4 disaster realm warriors. This left a deep imprint in her mind, and somewhat stirred some ripples in her heart. I saw you attack for the first time today. Unexpectedly, your strength is really not bad. Xia Xinyan hesitated for a second. Her bright eyes filled with some curiosity. I heard that you didn't cultivate any martial arts before you were 17. But you reached the nascent realm in the matter of a single night, is that right? Yeah, I got some lucky opportunities. Shi Yan answered indifferently. He didn't want to go too deep on this topic, so he smiled and said, "It's not that I'm strong. It's just that Li Wei's group was too weak. Those 4 people didn't have any sort of martial spirits, and their profound qi wasn't very vigorous. They're probably not as good as other disaster realm warriors of the same level." "You have good eyes." Xia Xinyan nodded and said, "In the Yin-Yang Wonderland, most disciples are obsessed with sexual pleasures and do not put a lot of effort into cultivation. There are many sexual energy cultivation skills in the Yin-Yang Wonderland, but they have benefits and drawbacks. While letting the disciples cultivate through sex does strengthen their profound qi, it also corrupts their state of mind. Many disciples who have nice potential often slowly become depraved due to obsessing over sexual pleasures. They go so far that some would stop working for progress, and it would be hard for them to cultivate to a higher level. Indeed, the disciples here mostly lack vigorous, profound qi. Although Li Wei was at the second sky of the disaster realm, his profound qi was worse than an ordinary first sky of the disaster realm warrior. Against me, of course, he couldn't gain any advantages. Besides, he doesn't even have a martial spirit. Li Wei is a little weak, but your strength is simply ridiculous." Xia Xinyan's brows furrowed. Then she said, "When I was at the first sky of the disaster realm, I still wouldn't have been able to take care of Li Wei so easily. I could have used the reincarnation martial spirit, but that would have been cheating." Both Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan were not like ordinary people. After wounding Li Wei, they could still casually chat, even though they were in the opponent's territory. It was as if they didn't care about death at all. The 2 laughed and chatted. Soon, 3 hours had passed. Unexpectedly, Li Wei didn't come back. Instead, that girl, Xiao Feng, brought the food and water early. After Xiao Feng arrived, her eyes glinted with light. She put the food and water down, then curiously looked at Shi Yan. Sure, Yan didn't waste time talking about useless things. He went to open the food and suddenly smiled. "Xiao Feng, what's going on today?" "The food is quite generous this time. There were not salted fish and steamed bread in the basket. Instead, there was cooked beef and delicious-smelling chicken, plus a kettle of liquor. There was also 1 extra big jug of fresh water. The food this time was a whole grade better than before." This made Shi Yan feel a little baffled. "Was it you who wounded Li Wei?" Xiao Feng asked curiously. "That's right." Shi Yan dazed and looked at the slightly excited-looking Xiao Feng. "Why? Is Li Wei your enemy?" "I want to kill him." Xiao Feng clenched her teeth. Her eyes were filled with hatred. "I had 3 sisters. They were all tortured to death by Li Wei. If I had the ability, I would have killed him a long time ago. I do want to help you, but Li Wei seems to be the nephew of that yellow-faced man. If I hurt him, I probably won't be able to stay on your ship any longer." Shi Yan bit a chunk of meat off the drumstick and started chewing it in his mouth. He took a gulp of liquor and casually passed that big piece of beef to Xiao Xinyan. "Wife, eat up. You'll only have strength to escape if you eat." Xia Xinyan stood behind him. She secretly reached her hand to his waist and pinched tightly. She threw a glare at him. Then finally she walked forward from behind Shi Yan and took that piece of beef. She immediately turned to the side, her pretty eyes looking pleased. Shi Yan grinned, and with a wry smile he shook his head. "You unrestrainable woman, I'll deal with you later." Xiao Feng seemed to have noticed the movements between the 2, but she didn't mind it much. She explained, "Although Li Wei is Priest Li Zhuang's nephew, he still wouldn't dare to mess around. When I knew that Li Wei was hurt by you, I immediately notified Priestess Ju. Priestess Ju told me to find out about the situation. As long as it's not your fault, Priestess Ju will protect you." Shi Yan's mind clicked, and he realized that this Priestess Ju was probably stood opposed to that Li Zhuang. He hurt Li Wei, so that Priestess Ju was secretly delighted and was trying to take the opportunity to oppress Li Zhuang. So this is what happened. Li Wei was a despicable son of a bitch. He wanted to violate my wife. Shi Yan exaggerated a lot and used all the malicious words to slander Li Wei. I understand now. Xiao Feng nodded and smiled. Li Wei sure is a despicable son of a bitch. You said it right. I'll go inform Priestess Ju right away. Don't worry, Priestess Ju likes you a lot. She's definitely going to protect you. Then Xiao Feng hustled away and quickly went up the stairs. That Priestess Ju, she should be the woman that vouched for you in the beginning and led us on the ship. After Xiao Feng left, Xia Xinyan quickly spoke up. Right. Shi Yan smiled. It seems that we don't have to escape by jumping into the ocean anymore. Those two priests can fight on their own, and we'll be stuck in the middle, so there are still some opportunities here. That woman probably has her eyes on you now. Maybe she's going to accept you as a disciple. You should thoroughly consider it. Accept me as a disciple? Shi Yan exclaimed. In the Yin-Yang Wonderland, the priests and elders have the right to take in disciples. Usually it's the men who take female disciples and the women who take male disciples. The relationships between Yin-Yang Wonderland's teachers and disciples are ever close. Close enough that they would need to exchange knowledge on the bed. I think you should know what that means. Xia Xinyan said lightly. Like gigolos? Shi Yan exclaimed. Pretty much. On the outside, they have the teacher and disciple title, and once the night comes, they will sleep together. I don't know how many disciples that Priestess Ju has, but if you can become one of them, you should be able to get your turn a few times a month. Then, by that time, you can learn some secret skills from the Yin-Yang Wonderland. Isn't that what you want? Xia Xinyan said indifferently. A couple of disciples. Shi Yan's expression slowly started to darken. That would be considered as little. Some priestesses have dozens of disciples, and other than disciples, they have all sorts of other partners. When they meet an allied force and a man catches their eyes, they could take off their clothes for them at any time. That's how the women of Yin-Yang Wonderland are. They're touched and kissed by thousands. Isn't that worse than prostitutes? No, it's different. This is their hobby. They don't ask for money. Do you understand? This is a hobby. It's like how some people like plants and other people like luxurious jewelry. This is what the people from Yin-Yang Wonderland like to do. They don't think there's anything wrong with it. They just say that it's a way for people to communicate with each other. Soon that Priestess Ju will meet you, and at that time you will understand. Xia Xinyan casually explained all of the secrets within. Shi Yan's expression was turning worse. Thump, thump, thump. Sure enough, Xiao Feng returned quickly. She smilingly stood by the staircase and waved at Shi Yan. Priestess Ju told you to go over to her. She said she has something to discuss with you. It seems you are quite lucky today. If you get accepted by Priestess Ju, that Li Zhuang won't dare to do anything to you. Come on, Priestess Ju is waiting. I feel a little unwell, maybe next time. Shi Yan clutched his stomach, his face full of pain. You also got hurt by Li Wei, right? Xiao Feng was a little surprised. She nodded. Don't worry, Priestess Ju has a lot of healing medicine. Maybe she would reward you a few. Then your injuries would heal very quickly. This is a big opportunity. Don't miss it. Come on, let's go. Sure, Yan still shook his head. What? You're scared? Xia Xinyan felt delighted inside. She said, As a wife, I don't even mind. What are you scared about? Fine, then I'll go. Shi Yan's expression hardened. He suddenly moved to Xia Xinyan's side and forcibly grabbed her little hand. Go with me. Xia Xinyan's hand was supple, smooth and soft, as if she had no bones. Holding it in his hand felt like clutching on a beautiful piece of smooth and silky jade, cool and comfortable to the touch. Xia Xinyan's eyes became tinged with panic. She struggled for a moment, then said, Let go. You can go by yourself. Why are you dragging me along? Shi Yan held on tightly, no matter how much she struggled. He still wouldn't let go. He said, I would worry if you stayed here alone. Who knows if that Li Wei would come back while I was gone. From now on, you can't leave my sight. Wherever I go, you have to follow along. You! Xia Xinyan exclaimed. She was angry and furious at Shi Yan's arrogance, but she also felt a little touched. Xia Xinyan stared at Shi Yan for a few seconds, a complex expression on her face. She finally stopped struggling. Her neck flushed red, and she just let Shi Yan hold on to her little hand. I can go, but she has to come along. I can't leave her here. Shi Yan looked at Xiao Feng. Fine. Xiao Feng frustratedly nodded and said, Later when we reach the door, I will ask Priestess Ju. Let's go. All right. Xiao Feng took the lead in front, and Shi Yan held Xia Xinyan's delicate hand, casually following behind her. They went straight for the top deck of the ship. Xia Xinyan lowered her head, and her face didn't change because she had the disguise on, but her neck was becoming more and more red. Her heart was quickly filling with shyness. Then, at this moment, Shi Yan's face quietly came close and came towards her ear. Xia Xinyan's heart shook. She quickly stared at him, signaling that he shouldn't mess around. Shi Yan didn't bother. His mouth came upon her red little ear and said quietly, In a moment, that woman might get furious. Pay attention to my signal. You jump into the sea first. I'll follow after you. Okay, you be careful, Xia Xinyan murmured under her breath. Then she hurriedly moved a small distance away from Shi Yan, her fair-skinned neck flushed red. Dash. Chapter 126. The Second Sky of Rampage. Chapter 126. The Second Sky of Rampage. Xiao Feng showed Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan to a room on the third floor. Xiao Feng knocked on the door and politely announced their presence. Priestess Ju, they're here. Let him in. A lazy woman voice came. Priestess Ju, the girl came here as well. Xiao Feng glanced at Xia Xinyan and said, Oh, leave her outside. That woman said indifferently. Xiao Feng nodded and pushed the door open, gesturing for Shi Yan to enter. Shi Yan then released Xia Xinyan's hand and walked into the room, frowning. As soon as he walked in, Xiao Feng closed the door and cautiously looked at Xia Xinyan. This room was quite spacious, being about 50 square meters. There was a soft carpet on the ground and sexy paintings on the wall. Fresh fruits and a bottle of wine were sitting on the wooden table. In the big bed behind a red veil, lay a sexy woman with white skin and eyes that shimmered like water. She had a small birthmark on her lip, which made her look even more seductive. The woman looked relaxed. After glancing at Shi Yan, she smiled. You hurt Li Wei. Shi Yan nodded and didn't say anything. Priestess Ju looked to be around 30 and was quite attractive. If it were not for what Xia Xinyan had told him, he would definitely have jumped into her bed. However, once he remembered that she had experienced many men, Shi Yan felt sick. He was rather picky. He wouldn't have been in that brothel last time without that negative energy. You look rather handsome. The pretty woman chuckled after staring at Shi Yan for a long while. You hurt Li Wei. Without my protection, you won't live very long on this ship. You are at a rather high realm, and you'll develop faster with the skills of Yin Yang Wonderland. I want to take you as my disciple. What do you think? Just as expected. Shi Yan was unhappy, but he didn't show it, and instead shook his head. Thank you for your offer, but I'm used to being alone, so I will leave once we reached land. Oh! The woman was surprised, and her smile faded away. There are numerous beautiful women in the Yin Yang Wonderland, ranging from the ages of 13 to 40. So many boys in the endless sea want to join us. Are you sure? Sure. Yin shook his head with an indifferent face. Then fine. I wouldn't want to push anyone. The woman paused and waved her hand. Leave. Watch out for Li Wei. You can still find me if you decide to change your mind. If you come with me, you will have countless beautiful women. Suppressing his desire, Shi Yan bowed and left the room. Let's go. Shi Yan grabbed Xia Xinyan's hand and walked back to the room on the lowest deck. Stupid. Xia Feng grunted, then turned to that woman. Priestess Ju, what do we do now? Tell Li Zhuang not to touch them. They can be a gift to our friends in exchange for something. It would be a shame to waste so much. That woman looked indifferent. Xiao Feng showed a slight bit of fear, then nodded. Got it. Leave me alone. That woman waved her hand. If he changes his mind, bring him to me. I will still accept him as long as he comes before we arrive at our destination. Yes, priestess. Xiao Feng bowed and left, feeling rather relieved. Shi Yan was on alert the entire way and felt relieved they returned to their small room safely. That woman was not pretty enough. Xia Xinyan sat on the bed, cross-legged, and asked, Pretty enough. She was like a peach. I wanted to bite into her. Shi Yan said honestly. Then why did you refuse her? You know. Since you refused her, we will be treated badly by Li Wei later on. I have my own standards. Shi Yan grunted and cursed. Even you thought those women were shameless. How could I be interested? Do I look that easy? Yes. Shi Yan gritted his teeth and stared at her angrily. You are fond of fighting with me these days. You really want me to teach you a lesson? You wouldn't dare. Why not? Shi Yan smiled, dropped to the bed, hugged Xia Xinyan and kissed her on the neck. Then he got off the bed. This is just a little punishment. Shi Yan, you bastard. I won't let you go peacefully. Xia Xinyan was irritated. I will escape before you recover. Haha. Shi Yan was confident. If you keep pissing me off, I will keep giving you lessons and let you know how to behave as a woman. I won't forget this. Xia Xinyan gritted her teeth. It's an honor that you remember me. There's barely any man that can be remembered by you in the endless sea, right? Shi Yan continued to tease her. Xia Xinyan's eyes were filled with a cold look. She didn't reply. Shi Yan was secretly delighted. In the martial competition, Xia Xinyan floated in the air like a goddess. At that moment, Shi Yan fell for her. And after he saw her face at Moon Lake, he couldn't resist her anymore. If it weren't for Xia Xinyan being so badly hurt, he wouldn't have had the chance to kiss her. So he had to seize the opportunity. Once he thought of this pretty woman, her delicate face, and her amazing reincarnation martial spirit, he couldn't control himself. Xia Xinyan was the first woman that had provoked his feelings after he arrived in this strange world. Xia Xinyan kept silent, so Shi Yan also stopped talking. Closing his eyes, Shi Yan continued to train. Suddenly, he thought of the blood vein ring on his finger. Triggering his will, Shi Yan suddenly began to operate his profound qi to strike at the blood vein ring. The profound qi flowed through his arm like a river, quickly reaching his palm. Then it forcefully struck the blood vein ring. Red light blew out from the blood vein ring. Shi Yan was rather joyful, and he concentrated more and more energy, regardless of Xia Xinyan, who was sitting beside him. Like a sharp sword, the profound qi slashed into the blood vein ring. The blood vein ring became brighter and brighter, and the barrier inside the ring began to crack under the strikes of profound qi. Strange signs kept jumping out of the ring, gathering in Shi Yan's mind. The second sky of Rampage. Those strange signs were the formula of the second sky of Rampage, which engraved in Shi Yan's memory. To train in the second sky of Rampage, he had to pour the negative energy into his blood. With it in the blood, the power he would gain from the negative energy would be much stronger. Shi Yan was shocked, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Xia Xinyan's eyes glittered as she saw at the blood vein ring. When Shi Yan woke up, she asked, "Your ring seems special. An ancient air came out from it just now. What happened?" "Nothing." "Sure." Yan didn't want to talk about it. "This ring is a secret treasure, and I'm still exploring it." "Got anything?" Xia Xinyan was interested. "Nothing at all." Shi Yan shook his head. "There is dense corpse qi in those boxes. I sensed it. Let's go and check." As Shi Yan reached the second sky of Rampage, his senses became so acute that he could sense the qi of corpses from those boxes. "Okay." Xia Xinyan nodded, then got off the bed. She followed Shi Yan to the center of the deck to examine the boxes. The boxes looked heavy. Shi Yan walked to one of them and subtly operated spear finger. The wooden box was quickly opened. Cold corpse qi came out. Shi Yan looked into it and shouted, "Corpse!" There was a corpse of an old man, maybe 50 years old, covered with ice. The body was slim and dry, giving him a frightening visage. Shi Yan's face became pale, and he quickly looked into another box. Another corpse. "There are 32 boxes here. Are they all corpses?" Shi Yan's face became gloomy, quickly realizing why Xiaofeng didn't want to stay on this deck very long. "Corpse slaves from the corpse sect." Xia Xinyan's mouth quivered with disgust. "How dare that they put us down here? They will pay for this." Dash. Edited by Eli. Chapter 127, The Burial Site. Chapter 127, The Burial Site. Corpse slaves. Shi Yan scowled. These slaved corpses belong to the corpse sect. The corpse sect and Yin Yang Wonderland are very close, as both the forces hail from the Tuda Sea. In the corpse sect, disciples control corpses to fight, and they are also experts in corpse refinement. The martial skills they cultivate are almost entirely related to controlling of corpses. Xia Xinyan frowned, her eyes full of disgust. The disciples from this sect are able to control more corpses as they advance to higher cultivation levels. A disaster realm warrior's corpse, through the refining of the corpse sect, could become even more frightening than when they were alive. These corpses are all corpse slaves from the corpse sect. Yes, but these corpses have not yet been refined into slaves. These corpses have only been preserved from decaying by using the most simple methods. But once they go through the corpse sect's refining, these corpses will become very frightening. Some corpses that have gone through thousands of years of refining have astonishing powers. Their bodies are impenetrable, and they can even use the power of the 5 elements. They are the finest weapons of the corpse sect. Shi Yan's heart shook and his expression darkened even more. The Yin Yang Wonderland will collect these corpses along the way, while they collect medicinal ingredients. This time, the Yin Yang Wonderland should be sending these corpses to a burial site of the corpse sect. It seems that we will be going to a burial site. Burial site. A burial site is where the corpse sect refine their corpses. In the Endless Sea, the corpse sect has hundreds of burial sites. In each burial site, there are many corpse slaves. When the corpse sect disciples fight and their corpses get destroyed, they will come to a burial site to choose a new corpse in order to regain their combat power. Some core disciples can get very strong corpse slaves. The corpse slaves that have been refined in the burial site for hundreds of years are very powerful and aggressive in combat. How many corpse slaves can a disciple from the corpse sect control? It depends on their cultivation realm and also on the level of the corpse slaves. The corpse slaves under 100 years of refining are called mortal corpses. Over 100 years, and they would be called earth corpses. Over 1,000 years, they would be called sky corpses. And a 10,000-year-old corpse would be called a corpse king. Mortal corpses are mediocre. They can only use 30% of the power that the corpse had when it was alive. A 100-year-old earth corpse can use 100% of its power it had before it died. A 1,000-year-old sky corpse can use 120% of its power, and the 10,000-year-old corpse king is the most frightening. They are said to be able to use twice the amount of power they had when they were alive. They also know how to use the power of the 5 elements. A corpse king that knows how to use the power of the 5 elements. This is equivalent to having 5 martial spirits. Mortal corpse, earth corpse, sky corpse, and corpse king. Shi Yan's expression changed. In the corpse sect, how many corpse kings are there? I don't know. It said that they only have 1 or 2, but those 2 corpse kings were all sky realm masters when they were alive. I heard that the leader of the corpse sect fought with a god realm master, and by simply using that 1 corpse king, he was able to make that god realm master miserable. That corpse king was made from a dead sky realm master, yet it was comparable to a god realm master. It's truly frightening. Amazing. Shi Yan's expression was aghast. It truly is amazing. Xia Xinyan's expression was serious. These corpse slaves play a huge part in making the corpse sect one of the 15 forces of the Endless Sea. When the followers of the corpse sect bring corpse slaves to a fight, it's like they have a few extra lives. When they fight with others, all they have to do is hide on the side and control the corpse slaves. Just by using their corpse slaves, they can wear down their opponents. Burial site. I hope this time the Enyang Wonderland's ships won't stop at a burial site first. A creepy place like that, it's better if we steer clear of it. Shi Yan smiled wryly. It's not up to you and me. Xia Xinyan sighed faintly. We should be careful. If we see any other ships over the next few days, we'll leave immediately. I don't want to stay in this shitty place any longer than I have to. I'll seal the trunks again. Shi Yan nodded. He performed his finger spear again and pressed down on those dugout steel nails. In a moment, Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan were sitting in their room again. After the 2 knew that this level was filled with corpses, their expressions were not that pretty. Especially Xia Xinyan. She felt uncomfortable all over. Then, after a while, she finally breathed evenly again and entered into the cultivation mindset. Shi Yan furrowed his brows, he took a deep breath in, and closed his eyes to go into vigorous cultivation. There was no conversation for the rest of the night. The next morning, Shi Yan continued to carry the flower pots onto the deck. Xia Xinyan followed him, as she didn't want to stay alone in the lower level. On the deck, Li Wei and a bunch of Enyang Wonderland disciples maliciously stared at the 2. There were sneers on their lips. God knows what they were thinking about. Shi Yan pretended like he didn't see it. He minded his own business, but secretly was on the lookout. Unexpectedly, Li Wei and the bunch didn't come up to make trouble. They only glared at them in the distance, as if they already had some plan. Shi Yan was silent, but he secretly paid attention to Li Wei and his group. He gazed into the distance of the deck, looking for an opportunity to leave. Before the sun set, he carried those flower pots back down to the lower level again. Xiao Feng came on time and brought up the food and fresh water for the 2. Ungrateful. After dropping off the stuff, Xiao Feng murmured under her breath and left looking unfriendly. This time the food was no longer generous. It was still salted fish and steamed bread. The fresh water was only enough for daily drinking. Shi Yan already expected this outcome. He didn't take it to heart, so he ignored Xiao Feng. Time passed quickly. The sun repeatedly rose and set. Every morning, Shi Yan would wake up and carry all the flower pots up to the deck, then help Xia Xinyan clean up the trash. Before the sun set, he would carry those flower pots back to their original place and receive the salted fish and steamed bread. At night, he would chat with Xia Xinyan about the Endless Sea. Then he'd close his eyes and cultivate. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Xia Xinyan's power had recovered a lot, and the profound qi in her body was already as vigorous as a human realm warrior's. Although she couldn't use the reincarnation martial spirit, she could now defend herself a little. Shi Yan hadn't been idle either. Over the course of this month, although he didn't cultivate the skill, he did ponder about the possibilities of cultivating the second sky of rampage. He tried to find a method to merge the negative energies into his blood and somewhat gained a little insight. But he didn't cultivate on the ship. Cultivating the rampage martial skill would need to stir the negative energies, and after every cultivation, his body would be very worn out. On the ship, there were many unpredictable dangers. Although that Li Wei did make a move, Shi Yan still couldn't let down his guard. He always maintained his peak condition and made preparations to leave the ship at any time. Late at night, Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan meditated in that cramped room with their eyes closed. Suddenly, the speed of the iron ship slowed down. Shi Yan immediately opened his eyes and alerted Xia Xinyan. "It seems like the ship is stopping. We should be more careful now." Xia Xinyan's long eyelashes flickered and her bright eyes opened. She spoke indifferently. "Use your black formula to sense around a bit. Look if there's any strong body of yin qi nearby. Remember, don't completely perform the black formula, so as not to cause a big change. At that time, if you or I attract attention, we'll be dead for sure." "Okay." Shi Yan nodded. Recently, Shi Yan had learned many secrets of the endless sea from Xia Xinyan. He had also learned a bit about the mysteries of the black formula. The black formula was a special martial spirit that nourished the silver moon martial spirit and the star martial spirit of the three god sect. Like the light formula, it was a forbidden power that was not passed down. The light formula was very similar to the black formula, but it needed to gather vigorous yang qi in order to be cultivated. It could nourish the sun martial spirit. Only the three gods, the elders, and the godchildren of the three god sect were qualified to peek into the profoundness of the light formula and the dark formula. It was said that with the assistance of the light and dark formulas, the three martial spirits of the three god sect could reach different levels of growth. Although the black formula was just a mortal level martial skill, if the natural yin qi absorbed becomes enough, it could even reach the strength of profound and spirit level martial spirits. If the black formula absorbs the endless natural yin qi, it could even reach the level of sacred martial skills. Like Xia Xinyan said, the black formula was one of the only martial skills that could evolve. It had endless possibilities. Of course, it required one to have enough natural yin qi to absorb. This condition seemed simple, but it was actually very hard to achieve. There were not many places with natural yin qi. In the endless sea, any places that had natural yin qi had long been wiped clean by the three god sect. So even though the black formula seemed amazing, it was truly hard to evolve. The burial site of the corpse sect was a strange area where death qi and corpse qi were mixed. In the death qi and corpse qi, there was often some yin qi mixed within. That yin qi came from the depths of the earth and seeped out of the corpse slaves. The amount of it was very little, but it was enough for Shi Yan to notice. Xia Xinyan told him to circulate the black formula and search around, just to know if the landing spot of this iron ship was a burial site of the corpse sect. "There is yin qi." Shi Yan's expression changed. "The yin qi is separated into wisps and spread to every corner of the island. The landing location of the ship is a burial site of the corpse sect. It's just as we feared. Fuck. Let's wait and see. If there really is danger, then we'll just jump into the sea to escape." Xia Xinyan sighed. "I just hope that there are no sky realm warriors in the burial site. I also hope that there are no water corpses, or else we will have no chances to escape." A water corpse is formed when the corpse sect uses special methods to refine the corpse slave, sinking it into the sea and using the whirlpools under the sea to gather corpse qi. After being thoroughly tempered, the water corpse would become like a fish. It could freely swim around in the sea. Although it wasn't like a corpse king who could arbitrarily control the water currents, the water corpse was still quite extraordinary. But this kind of corpse slaves had a fatal flaw. Although water corpses were powerful in the water, if they touched fire, their strength would severely decrease. These corpse slaves did have a special use, yet they also had a far too obvious flaw, which was why the corpse sect wouldn't put too much effort into refining this kind of corpse slave. Corpse slaves with special uses were in the minority, as they were only refined by the corpse sect to extract ores from special mines and medicinal ingredients in special areas. Bang! The sound of the anchor dropping into the water suddenly came from outside. Soon, that Xiao Feng appeared in the staircase. She said indifferently, "You too can come down now. We've arrived at our destination." In Xiao Feng's cold eyes, there was also a hint of pity. Xia Xinyan's mind was very sensitive. She only looked at Xiao Feng once, but her heart had already begun to sink. She realized something was very wrong. "Hee, you too can come out now. I'll expose you to some interesting knowledge." In the staircase, Li Wei also poked his head out and sneered. "Burial sites are very famous in the Endless Sea, but normal people would never get a chance to step in. You guys got lucky. Now you can experience a burial site of the corpse sect for yourselves. Hee hee. Dash. Edited by Jimmy and Eli. Chapter 128, Live On. Chapter 128, Live On. At the bottom of the iron ship, disciples from the Yin-Yang Wonderland came down and carried the wooden boxes to the deck, preparing to pass them over to the burial site. The 32 wooden boxes, which were nailed shut, contained cold corpses. In the wooden boxes, there were also cold, heavy stones. Thus disciples of the Yin-Yang Wonderland needed to carry it in groups of 2 or 3. Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan walked out of the small room and headed to the deck, gloomy expressions on their faces. On the deck, Shi Yan looked out and found that the ship had stopped at an island, which was as big as a city, dull and covered with odd plants. Heavy corpse qi meandered underneath the island. There were hundreds of burial sites on the island, each with a cave that led to the center of that site. Some of those burial sites were as big as basketball courts, and some were like small rooms. Long, deep gullies ran between the burial sites, which were filled with odd materials and filled with white smoke. Hundreds of burial sites were connected by the gullies. The island looked like a huge spider web, and the gullies were the spider silk. Beside the burial sites and gullies were boundless gray plants, which were ghastly and depressing. At the center of the island sat the biggest burial site, which stone towers with gloomy disciples of the corpse sect standing on top of them. The disciples of the corpse sect were at human, disaster, and earth realms, and were walking from the stone towers to the burial sites in silence. Disciples of the corpse sect were sent to the entrances of those burial sites, and some were carrying cold stones and poisonous insects. They were throwing odd materials into the gullies. The whole island was covered in a ghastly atmosphere, tombs, evil plants, and gloomy disciples of the corpse sect. Those disciples of the Yin-Yang Wonderland were busy carrying wooden boxes off the ship. Dozens of corpse sect disciples opened those wooden boxes, one of them writing something down on a book, recording those corpses' information. The disciples of the Yin-Yang Wonderland were cooperative, explaining to the disciples of the corpse sect about the corpses. The female disciples of the Yin-Yang Wonderland were quite careful as they arrived, and looked unnatural while talking to corpse sect disciples. Li Zhuang and Zhu Yueru, the priests of the Yin-Yang Wonderland, had also disembarked from the ship. They were standing beside the boxes and talking to a warrior from the corpse sect. Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan stood on the deck, wearing strange faces. Priest Zhu had a good impression of you. She still wants you to be her disciple if you are okay with it. Standing beside Shi Yan, Xiao Feng tried to persuade him. Once you nod, I will tell Priest Zhu okay. Shi Yan frowned and took a glance at Zhu Yueru, who stood far away, and shook his head, Sorry, I don't want to join the Inyang Wonderland. Xiao Feng turned gloomy, and she said coldly, You will regret this. Hey, you two, get off the ship. What are you waiting for? Li Wei had gotten off the ship, and he sneered, We will stay here for 1 day, and no strangers can stay on the ship. Shi Yan frowned, glanced at Xia Xinyan, and said, Let's get off. He had to obey them now. Xia Xinyan was quite calm, and though filled with disgust, she got off the ship with Shi Yan. Li Zhuang and Zhu Yuru, the 2 priests of the Inyang Wonderland, kept looking at Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan while talking to the warrior of the corpse sect. That long-faced warrior of the corpse sect also looked to Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan casually, seeming to come to a certain agreement with Li Zhuang and Zhu Yuru. The 3 discussed for a while and nodded, satisfied about something. Before long, Li Zhuang said loudly, We will rest here for 3 days, and then we will leave on our ship. Priestly, can we stay on the ship? A female disciple pleaded miserably. No. Li Zhuang grunted and stared at them coldly. You have a long way to go. You can't develop your martial arts if you are so timid. You have to steel yourselves. Tonight, the corpse sect disciples will take you to visit those corpse slaves. Seize the opportunity. It is rare for people from the endless sea have a chance to visit. Ah! Many disciples of the Inyang Wonderland were frightened, and their lips trembled. Disciples of the corpse sect showed contempt in their eyes, and took out small rings from their waist and shook them. Ah! Disciples of the Inyang Wonderland screamed again. With the rings, corpses in white gowns appeared. Those corpses seemed blind and clumsy as they walked in this direction. These are human corpses. They have not been refined for long, so their limbs are stiff. What are you afraid of? One corpse sect disciple glanced coldly at those screaming disciples of the Inyang Wonderland. Corpse slaves are our best friends. They won't betray us. Those human corpses moved slowly and carried the wooden boxes to a burial site. Under the moonlight, corpse slaves were wobbling with corpse chi around them, pale and frightening. Shi Yan frowned, watching the corpses being carried away by the corpse sect disciples. You too. Li Zhuang pointed at Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan. Go to the burial site as well. Li Zhuang never took Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan seriously. He continued to discuss with the corpse sect member. Zhu Yuru also glanced at Shi Yan and frowned slightly, then continued to talk with the corpse sect member. They 3 were negotiating the price of the corpses. Shi Yan stretched out to grab Xia Xinyan and said in a low voice, Let's leave now, the further the better. We can't. Xia Xinyan shook her head. There are water corpses. How do you know? Shi Yan's expression changed as he looked around with his bright eyes. There are at least 3 burial sites refining water corpses, which can dive deep into the sea. We will be caught by them even if we leave now. Xia Xinyan said softly, Then what should we do? Let's go the burial site first, then kill those water corpses and leave. Okay. Li Wei kept a distance from Shi Yan, but observed him carefully. You 2 go. Let's have a look at their refining skill. The corpse sect can not only refine dead bodies, but also live corpses. You know, what is a live corpse? It means refining a living human to be a corpse. It's very interesting. Maybe you 2 will get to see it. Li Wei smiled cunningly. Shi Yan's expression changed, and he quickly understood Li Zhuang, and realized why Li Zhuang looked back to him while talking to that corpse sect disciple. Li Zhuang had sold them to the corpse sect as material for refining live corpses. Xia Xinyan's eyes were cold, as she bit her lips and showed indignation. We can't separate. Shi Yan grabbed her hand tightly and said firmly, We can find a chance as long as we are alive. Hearing that, Xia Xinyan suddenly felt safe. Okay. Xia Xinyan nodded softly. For the first time, she responded to Shi Yan's hand. Remember, live on. Shi Yan felt flattered as he said happily, "Don't worry, we will survive. If we can survive, I will forgive your rudeness and go peacefully with you." Xia Xinyan hesitated and said softly, "We will definitely leave here alive." Edited by Eli. Chapter 129, Two Sky Corpses. Chapter 129, Two Sky Corpses. Numerous graves were spread around on the island burial site. In the middle of the island stood many stone towers. In the center of these towers was a giant grave which had 3 open holes, each directly leading into the depths of the grave. Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan followed behind the corpse sect and Yin Yang Wonderland disciples. They came across many graves along the way and arrived at the center of the island. Inside the surrounding stone towers, there were a number of Yin Yang Wonderland disciples. These towers were also occupied by disciples of the corpse sect, who were all responsible for finding favorable positions for refining the corpses in the nearby graves. The 2 priests from the Yin Yang Wonderland, Li Zhuang and Jiuru, arrived at one of the stone towers with the Earth Realm warrior from the corpse sect. They seemed to be discussing payment. Li Wei was busy mingling with some corpse sect disciples, who were all in the disaster realm. They stood next to the 2 Yin Yang Wonderland's Earth Realm warriors and coldly stared at Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan. Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan were temporarily assigned to a room in one of the stone towers. There were no windows inside the room, only a stone door. Outside the door, a few strong warriors from the Yin Yang Wonderland and the corpse sect were secretly guarding the room. A few corpse sect disciples went to the central graveyard, going about some important matters. Others were busy in carrying out pieces of strange rocks from the stone towers. There were also a variety of strange and creepy-shaped wooden pieces, and some bottles containing poisonous insects. The disciples of the corpse sect seemed to be busy preparing the ingredients for refining the corpses. Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan didn't know about the outside movements. They only knew that they were temporarily in captivity. In the stone room, Shi Yan's face was calm, but his eyes were cold and constantly on guard. With some kind of method, Xia Xinyan seemed to know that there were water corpses hidden in 3 of the graves on this burial site. According to what she said, the water corpses would become very strong in water, but on land, they would be very easy to destroy. As long as they could be wrapped in flames, the bodies of these water corpses would easily melt. The water corpses were not like the 10,000-year-old corpse kings. The corpse kings could use the powers of the 5 elements. They could even control water to extinguish fire. Plus, they also have the power to control fire within them. The corpse king was the most special and the most powerful corpse slave. The water corpses could only swim in the water. They didn't have the power to control the water. Plus, they were extremely weak to flames. On the way here, Xia Xinyan had already secretly pointed out to Shi Yan the 3 graves that hid water slaves. Shi Yan took note of it in his mind as he was waiting for an opportunity. Once the opportunity arrived, he definitely would take care of the water corpses buried in the 3 graves first. Then they would finally be able to go into the sea without worries. Late at night, in the different graves of the burial site, there often came frightening shrieks. The Yin Yang Wonderland disciples that went with the corpse sect followers to look around in the graves were mostly first-timers. In the silent night against creepy, terrifying corpse slaves, of course many would get scared and scream. Shrieks came from the graves in different areas. In a silent night like this, that kind of chilling scream was pretty scary in itself. Once someone started screaming, it caused a chain reaction. When the Yin Yang Wonderland disciples from other graves heard someone else's scream, they would scream with fear too. In a moment, occasional shrieks and howls started coming from the island. Shi Yan's expression was indifferent. With furrowed brows, he listened to the screams nearby. Through the screams, he could determine in which direction there were more Yin Yang Wonderland disciples. Shi Yan kept calculating in his mind. He calculated which direction would be the easiest to escape to, if he were really to do it. You two can come out now. Around midnight, Li Wei's voice came from outside. Sure, Yan sneered in his mind as he walked out of the stone door with Xia Xinyan. After glancing at the Yinyang Wonderland and Corpse sect disciples at the door, he said lightly, Li Wei, what are you trying to do? The ingredients for refining a live corpse are ready. We'll lead you to go see it. Li Wei's eyes were filled with malice, but when saying these words, he was very excited as he subconsciously rubbed his hands, as if he couldn't wait a moment longer. Shi Yan's expression shifted slightly as he said, We are not interested in viewing the process of refining live corpses. If you're interested, you can go by yourself. That's not up to you. Li Wei sneered and snorted. You have to go no matter what. Take them. The 2 Earth Realm warriors from Yinyang Wonderland stood on both sides of Shi Yan. 5 Disaster Realm disciples from the Corpse sect also walked forward. Their eyes were full of wickedness. They seemed to also look forward to the upcoming live corpse refining process very much. 2 Earth Realm warriors, 3 Disaster Realm disciples from the Corpse sect, plus Li Wei. This amount of power was already very hard to deal with, plus in the nearby stone towers, there were also the Nirvana Realm warriors, Li Zhuang and Zhu Yueru. If they start fighting here, then Li Zhuang and Zhu Yueru would definitely come out of the stone tower. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan to escape this disaster. After quickly weighing his options, Shi Yan suddenly grinned. Then we might as well go take a look. Lead the way. The 5 Corpse sect disciples looked indifferent. There were no special emotions on their faces. They slowly walked towards one of the holes in the middle of the stone towers. Get in. Li Wei stood next to those 2 Earth Realm warriors and shouted with a stern voice. Sure, Yan felt cold inside. His eyes rolled over Li Wei. He took a deep breath in and slowly followed along. This was a giant underground tomb. The tomb was very large and had many stone chambers. There were many coffins displayed in the middle of those stone chambers. The coffins were designed very peculiarly, with many iron pipes reaching out of the stone walls and inserting into those coffins. Every coffin had 5 or 6 pipes, which were as thick as a man's arm, stuck on them. One end of the iron pipes went into the coffins, and the other end went into the stone walls. Strange death chi and corpse chi filled the iron pipes, and this chi was slowly moving through them. These coffins were like chi transportation hubs. They transferred the strange powers in the gullies to the coffins through these iron pipes, which provided enough power for the corpse slaves. In the underground grave, there were possibly more than 20 of these different sized stone rooms. In every stone room, there were 3 or 4 coffins, and in every coffin there was a corpse slave. In the middle of the grave lay the biggest stone room. This one was twice as big as the others, but there were only 2 coffins in the middle. Those 2 coffins were also twice as big as other normal coffins. There were many iron pipes sticking into it. A mix of death chi and corpse chi flowed into those 2 coffins through the iron pipes. After Shi Yan came down, his expression immediately changed just after one glance at the 2 coffins. In other coffins, there wasn't a single trace of fluctuation, as the corpse slaves didn't have auras. Yet in those 2 giant coffins in the middle, there was the slight fluctuation of an aura. The corpse slaves in those 2 coffins didn't seem to be mindless. It looked like they had the ability to think. Sky corpses. Shi Yan was shocked inside. According to what Xia Xinyan said, 1,000-year-old sky corpses were stronger than they were before they died. Plus, they had a simple consciousness and the instinct to wake up and fight. When fighting with others, they even understand how to pick the right martial skill to fight their enemies. They could use their martial skills better than when they were alive. Usually, every 1,000-year-old sky corpse was at least a Nirvana realm warrior before they died. Only for dead Nirvana realm warriors would the corpse sect go to such great extents to make them into sky corpses. Sky corpses were very precious, and only important figures in the corpse sect would be qualified to own a sky corpse. Every sky corpse is recorded in the corpse sect. If an important figure in the corpse sect wanted to obtain a sky corpse, they would have to get the permission of the sect leader to become an owner of a sky corpse. 2 sky corpses. Shi Yan stared at the 2 coffins and complained in his mind. He felt like it would probably be extremely hard to escape from this disaster this time. It's right here. The disciples of the corpse sect led Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan into one of the stone chambers next to the 2 sky corpses. In that stone chamber was an empty coffin. The coffin seemed to have been filled with different kinds of corpse refining material. 12 iron pipes were inserted into that one coffin, and vigorous corpse chi and death chi kept flowing out of the coffin, giving off an extremely evil aura. Why don't you get in? A corpse sect follower coldly looked at Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan, urging them to enter the coffin. Crack! Shi Yan abruptly crashed into Li Wei's arms, and the sound of breaking bones resounded through the air. 3 gravitational fields quickly shifted. Separately, they trapped the 2 Earth realm warriors of Yin Yang Wonderland. Another gravitational field dragged 3 corpse sect followers into it. These 3 secretly released gravitational fields were formed by mixing profound qi and yin qi. Shi Yan had prepared it when they entered the tomb. Originally, he wanted to find the right opportunity to attack, but now there was no room for him to maneuver. The opponents already prepared to refine them into live corpses. In frustration, Shi Yan was forced to attack. You're dead. The expression of the remaining 2 corpse sect disciples changed. They suddenly took out bells from their pockets and lightly shook them. In the 2 stone chambers in the distance, 7 coffins were broken by corpse slaved from the inside. The 7 ghastly pale corpse slaves suddenly sat up from inside the coffins. They quickly got out of the coffins and lifelessly came toward Shi Yan. Be careful! Xia Xinyan exclaimed. She opened her mouth and spit out a colorful light. That colorful light was a small dagger. It overflowed with light. Like a shooting star, it suddenly shot towards those 2 corpse sect disciples, which were not bound by the gravitational fields. You should be careful, too. Shi Yan's expression was merciless. He suddenly roared. A flow of violent, desperate, insane, and murderous evil intents suddenly poured out of Shi Yan's body. In a mere moment, Shi Yan's whole body was covered with white fog. He had activated the negative powers. In the tearing pain, the power in Shi Yan's body increased drastically. His eyes were filled with endless feelings of violence and fear. His expression was ferocious, but he was cool-headed as ever. Wisps of negative energies flowed into the 3 gravitational fields. It doubled the power of the gravitational fields. The 3 disaster realm disciples from the corpse sect were in extreme pain inside the gravitational fields. Blood unceasingly bled out of their bodies. In the gravitational field mixed with 3 kinds of powers, the bodies of 2 Earth realm warriors from Yin Yang Wonderland were suddenly covered in layers of red and white light. The power of the gravitational field could only bind the 2, and it was unable to hurt their bodies. You want to make me into a living corpse? I'll turn you into a dead corpse right now. Shi Yan's expression was merciless. After activating the negative powers, he seemed to have turned into a bloodthirsty beast. He suddenly sprinted towards the terrified-looking Li Wei. Bang! Li Wei was struck into the air, and before he fell to the ground, he had already died. Shi Yan didn't even look at Li Wei's corpse. He suddenly turned around and quickly sprinted towards the 2 corpse sect disciples that were opposing Xia Xinyan. Woo-woo! Woo-woo! One of the corpse sect disciples had a terrified expression. He quickly swallowed the bell in his hand and suddenly started yelling out loud. Crack, crack! The coffins holding the sky corpses suddenly released a strange sound. The thick wooden planks on top of the coffin moved to the side. Two flows of extremely evil corpse chi suddenly rushed out of them. They looked like a pale gray smoke as wreathed the top of the coffin, giving off an evil and creepy aura. Dash. Edited by Eli, Jimmy, and Vic. Chapter 130. The Mutation of Life and Death. Chapter 130. The Mutation of Life and Death. In the underground tomb. In the two big coffins of the biggest stone chamber, the two sky corpses slowly sat up. A flow of fierce and brutal corpse chi spread out through the entirety of the underground tomb. These two sky corpses were a man and a woman. Both were in their 40s, and their complexions were extremely pale, and there were wrinkles all over their bodies. The two sky corpses were in the nirvana realm, and the corpse chi, which was wafting around their bodies, gave chills to anyone who saw it. The sky corpses sat up, their pale gray eyes slowly rolled around, and they looked at Shi Yan while sitting inside the coffin. The male sky corpse slowly stood up, opened his mouth, and breathed out a white light made of corpse chi. The white light flew out and exploded in front of him. It split up into tiny streaks of light and shot towards the coffins in the nearby stone chambers. Those white lights seemed to have awakened the corpse slaves inside the coffins. Once a coffin was shot with the white light, strange sounds started coming from inside. Soon, many corpse slaves jumped out of the coffins. Some of them were stiff, while others had more fluid movements, but they all came toward Shi Yan. The 7 corpse slaves that were awakened first were now already standing in front of Shi Yan. Shi Yan's eyes were cold and grim. His whole body was filled with the negative energies of violence, fear, madness, and slaughter. White mist wreathed his entire body, giving off a very evil feeling. The corpse slaves came forward and surrounded Shi Yan, but 3 of them were being cautious. Those 3 corpse slaves were probably only refined recently, and were probably only in the human realm before they died. When they moved, their joints made creaking and cracking sounds, as if the bones were still not completely refined. They should not have reached 100 years of age yet. The other 4 corpse slaves also seemed to be scared of the aura of negative energies around Shi Yan's body, but they still slowly moved forward. These 4 corpse slaves have a stronger corpse chi on them. When they moved, there were no noises from their joints, and their speed was a whole lot faster. With a cold expression, Shi Yan determined that these 4 corpse slaves should be earth corpses that were refined for over 100 years. Their limbs were no longer stiff, and they knew how to use some of their martial skills from when they were alive. Pucci. Behind him, the sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh suddenly resounded. Shi Yan turned around and saw that Xia Xinyan's little dagger had already pierced through the throat of a corpse sect disciple. That person's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he fell down on his back. After that person died, all the profound chi in his body scattered and flowed into Shi Yan's body. Including this guy, by this moment Shi Yan had already absorbed the profound chi of 3 disaster realm warriors. Those negative powers, mixed with hate and unwillingness, all went into Shi Yan's meridians. Right at this moment, 3 corpse sect disciples became blood red because of the grinding power of the gravitational field. They were slowly dying. The 2 Earth Realm warriors from Yin Yang Wonderland were also separately constrained by gravitational fields. The red and white lights on their bodies swirled around, defending against the grinding power in the field. Although they were constrained, they were still not hurt as they kept using the red and white light to fight against the grinding power in the field. After merging yin power, profound qi, and negative energies, the power of the gravitational fields had become astonishing. The two Earth realm warriors were completely restrained. They would never be able to break through the constraints of the gravitational fields. The 7 corpse slaves that first came up did not immediately attack. They only surrounded Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan. Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan stood shoulder to shoulder. Their expressions were serious. As they watched more and more corpse slave walk out of the stone chambers, their hearts slowly sank. This underground tomb went a couple dozens of meters deep into the earth, and the tomb was covered with corpse qi. Corpse qi was an extremely evil power, and it could even cut off the divine consciousness. Because of this barrier of corpse qi, all the fluctuations of profound qi in here were very well concealed. Thus, Li Zhuang, Jiyueru, and other corpse sect people above the ground hadn't sensed the abnormality here. They still kept discussing important matters. "We're in danger this time." Xia Xinyan's voice was cold. "One sky corpse is already enough to kill us, not to mention that there are so many corpse slaves present too." All the corpse slaves slowly came up, one by one. In a short moment, there were already almost 100 corpse slaves surrounding Shi, Yan, and Xia Xinyan. The 3 corpse sect disciples under the grinding power of gravitational field were finally dead, with their eyes rolling back into their heads. Afterward, their profound qi quickly entered into Shi Yan's body, and all the meridians in Shi Yan's body started to tingle. "Hang on. If we can hold up for half a day, I'll be able to recover your martial spirit." Shi Yan roared. "What?" Xia Xinyan was shocked. "Do you have some sort of medicine?" "No." Shi Yan shook his head. "Believe me, as long as we can hold for half a day, I really have a way to recover your martial spirit." In the dark forest, he already verified the abilities of the exotic powers in his body on Di Yaolin and Mu Yudi. The exotic powers could not only enhance his martial spirit and profound qi, it could also help others awaken and recover their martial spirits. When Mu Yudi's music martial spirit was heavily injured and all the meridians in her body were shattered, but with the help of that exotic power, she quickly recovered. If that exotic power could recover music martial spirit, then naturally it could also recover Xia Xinyan's reincarnation martial spirit. As long as the meridians in his body could transform the profound qi and let it flow back into his body, then he could use that exotic power and help Xia Xinyan recover her original strength. Time. He only needed time. Xia Xinyan was surprised inside. She didn't know what method Shi Yan had, but she chose to believe in him. She said, "All right, I'll try my best." Then the green ring on her finger suddenly threw out a ripple of glowing green light. Fist-sized silver balls quickly appeared, glistening in her palm. Once the silver balls appeared, Xia Xinyan immediately thrust her arm out and threw them at the surrounding corpse slaves. Boom, 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 boom. In the underground tomb, several explosions occurred. All of those silver balls were glistening with a silver light, and once they fell on the ground, they immediately burst open, blowing many corpse slaves into many pieces. Once the explosion spread to the mortal slaves who were under 100 years in age. Their bodies also split open. They couldn't defend against the power of the silver balls at all. The earth corpses, older than 100 years, had very firm bodies. Under the explosion of the silver balls, their entire bodies were charred, but they were not badly hurt. Those 2 sky corpses were still unmoved in those giant coffins, but they started to scream simultaneously. Dozens of mortal corpses and earth corpses suddenly turned crazy under the screams of the sky corpses. Together, they all menacingly threw themselves toward Shi Yan. Shi Yan's expression was cold. The gravitational fields that killed the 3 corpse sect disciples suddenly moved and quickly appeared in front of him. 10 mortal and earth corpses sprinted forward and ran into the invisible field. They were constrained by the crushing power of the fields, which had a ferocious force inside. They couldn't get out of the field. Taking a deep breath, Shi Yan's body petrified, and his expression became fierce. He secretly performed his finger spear and headed into the group of corpse slaves. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Oh. Shi Yan rampaged into the group of corpse slaves. Using the strength in his body after petrification, he crazily bombarded a lot of corpse slaves. His body was petrified, and he was also in the rampage state. At this moment, Shi Yan's power was skyrocketing. The evil power in his body was like a wild whirlwind, such that his blows actually sent all those corpse slaves flying out. The mortal corpses were all blown into the air by Shi Yan's attacks. They couldn't defend against Shi Yan's fierce force. The 100-year-old earth corpses had bodies as hard as iron. Under Shi Yan's rampaging attacks, they were blown into the air, but then they would quickly stand back up and again storm towards him in waves. The bodies of earth corpses were extremely hard. In the chest and stomach areas of some earth corpses even had naturally formed corpse armor. The corpse armor was made of corpse chi and was extremely solid. Even Shi Yan's finger spear couldn't pierce through it. Most earth corpses were disaster realm warriors during their lifetimes, and they were already able to use 100% of the power from their lifetime. Under the raging attacks of Shi Yan, the earth corpses were completely fine. They would stand back up and fiercely storm towards Shi Yan again and again. Two of the earth corpses were like spirit snakes. They appeared from the crowd of mortal corpses, and, with creepy strange steps, they would suddenly appear and strike at Shi Yan from behind. In palms of the earth corpses, a sharp bone material knife suddenly appeared. That sharp knife rushed out of their palms and forcefully stabbed into Shi Yan's back. Bang! Shi Yan's heart felt a stinging sensation. Against the sharp bone knife, Shi Yan's petrified body could still hold up, but it was still a bit too much for him to handle. One after another, more and more earth corpses started using the martial skills from their lifetimes. They circulated corpse chi, as opposed to profound chi, and formed various pale gray light beams, shooting them at Shi Yan from all directions. Boom, boom. In the crowd of corpse slaves, it was finally too much for Shi Yan. Shaken, he started to back up under these attacks. Xia Xinyan wore a bright red set of armor. The armor glimmered with scorching firelight and had a very complex, yet rustic pattern. In the pattern, there were traces of red light shining, like streaks of fire. Glimmering firelight rippled from the armor. Xia Xinyan stood there, unmoving, but the corpse slaves rarely attacked her, as if they were very afraid of the firelight on her armor. "Come to my side!" Xia Xinyan exclaimed. Shi Yan's expression was ferocious. In the midst of corpse slaves, he suddenly clenched his teeth and performed the seal of life and death. Pieces of hand seals quickly appeared in his palms, one hand with life seals and the other with death seals. The 14 seals didn't merge together. Instead, they separated into 2 different directions and rushed out. Rumble! The 7 life seals shot out, and the corpse slaves that were hit exploded into pieces. They couldn't resist the attack of even a single life seal. The 7 death seals shot out and fell on the corpse slaves. Those corpse slaves were fine and continued to storm forward. Shi Yan was both delighted and surprised. The surprise was that the death seals had no effect on these dead beings. The delight was that the power of the life seals on the corpse slaves was ridiculously strong. They actually shattered the earth corpses in one blow. The life seals contained vigorous amounts of vitality. The strange vitality in the life seals seemed to be the nemesis of these dead beings. Once touched by the life seals, whether it be the mortal corpses or the earth corpses, their bodies would all immediately shatter. The life seals seemed to have stirred the devastating emotions in the bodies of the corpse slaves. The lifeless corpse slaves couldn't handle a single blow from the life seals. Boom, boom. Sure, Yen looked inspired. He gave up on using the death seals and continuously struck out with the life seals. All the mortal corpses and earth corpses were torn to pieces once they were touched by the life seals. At this moment, the two sky corpses flew out of their coffins. A feeling of excitement flashed across their pale gray eyes. Once they came over, they quickly pushed away the surrounding corpse slaves. Puffing their chests, they directly faced the two sets of life seals that Shi Yen sent out. Boom, boom, boom. The 14 life seals separately fell onto the two bodies. Unexpectedly, the two sky corpses did not burst apart from the inside. The 14 life seals sank into the bodies of the two sky corpses and glowed inside their bodies, slowly shifting into the minds of the two sky corpses. In the minds of the two sky corpses, there was suddenly a strange sound. Life projections. The life seals clearly appeared on the skulls of the two sky corpses. The brains of the sky corpses seemed to shift around in a peculiar trend. A gust of strange life force slowly grew inside the minds of the two sky corpses. These two sky corpses, which had been dead for thousands of years, seemed to have regained some of their life. This life was completely different from a human's. Shi Yen was stunned. He blankly watched the mutation occur in the two sky corpses, not knowing what had happened. Then, at this moment, the blood vein ring on his finger also suddenly put off a series of colorful lights. Dash. Chapter 131. Controlling the Corpses. Chapter 131. Controlling the Corpses. The blood vein ring had strange lights rippling from it, which looked like characters of some ancient language. A bright light came out from the blood vein ring, bathing the surrounding area in an evil and ancient aura. Numerous ancient characters swam around the blood vein ring, like fish. Suddenly, the ancient characters in the front touched the sky corpses. A surprising thing happened. The ancient characters got attached on the sky corpses, gradually moving toward their heads, then burrowing inside. More and more ancient letters touched the two sky corpses. The ancient characters seemed to have come to life and were speedily penetrating into the sky corpses' heads. The 7 life seals merged into their heads and gave the sky corpses an almost lifelike appearance. Seals appeared in the two sky corpses' eyes. Those were the life seals from before. One after another, life seals floated across the sky corpses' eyes, as if giving them life. The two sky corpses stood still while emitting a bright light from the crowns of their heads. Human expressions showed up on the faces of the sky corpses. The two sky corpses appeared to be in a quiet confusion. Soon, the sky corpses' abnormality disappeared, and the life seals dissipated from their eyes. Shi Yen had a serious look on his face as he gazed at two sky corpses in surprise. The light on the blood vein ring faded, but the ring had established some sort of connection with the two sky corpses. Shi Yen injected his spirit power in the blood vein ring, and, surprisingly, found that he could sense the presence of the two sky corpses and could feel their moods very clearly. The whole process of sky corpses regaining their consciousness was quite short. Shi Yen, what is it? Xia Xinyan, who was in her red armor, looked at the sky corpses, disbelief on her face. There seems to be life force coming from the two sky corpses. How could this be? Life force? What does that mean? Shi Yen frowned. Only a 10,000 years old corpse king can form a consciousness and acquire life force. Xia Xinyan kept shaking her head in confusion. These two sky corpses can't acquire consciousness in such a short amount of time. No way. Only a corpse king can form a consciousness and come to life. Shi Yen was shocked. Xia Xinyan nodded with certainty, We can't escape this time. We can't win against the sky corpses. Since they have regained life, they are more powerful. Shi Yan's expression changed as he became alert. The two sky corpses were standing in confusion. After a long while, they looked at Shi Yan, their eyes shining with the life seals. Shi Yan was astonished. As the two sky corpses looked at him, his blood vein ring started resonating with two streams of odd waves, which came from the two sky corpse. The two streams of waves seemed friendly to Shi Yan, as if asking about something. The two sky corpses were asking him what to do. Gazing at the two sky corpses' eyes and feeling the odd waves in the blood vein ring, Shi Yan realized the abnormality. Control the other corpse slaves. Shi Yan took a deep breath and formed some spirit power into a wave in his mind and sent it to the blood vein ring. The life seals in the two sky corpses suddenly lit up. The two sky corpses screamed together. One after another, the mortal and earth corpses left Shi Yan and Xia Yan and gathered around the sky corpses. With the screams of the sky corpses, a wave of strange energy spread throughout the grave, making all the mortal corpses and earth corpses obedient. In the underground grave, dozens of coffins were opened by the corpse slaves lying in them. All the corpse slaves came out and gathered around the two sky corpses. Xia Yan looked pale and sighed, "We will die this time." "Xinyan, do you think it's dishonorable to die with me?" Shi Yan turned back and smiled brightly. Xia Yan was surprised. "You truly care about such a thing at this crucial moment. Tell me, do you think I'm unworthy?" Shi Yan was insistent. "No, you are naughty, but you are interesting as well." In the grave, which was covered with corpse slaves, Xia Yan paused and said, "I don't think much, but I will certainly regret it a bit." "Regret?" Shi Yan smiled. "It's okay. Live on, and you can always make up for the regret." He only needed to kill several thousand people, and that would be equivalent to decades of heavy cultivation of an ordinary person. With this special feature of the mysterious martial spirit, one day he would be able to talk face to face with the demon king, Bo-sun. Of course, he would never tell anyone else about this. The next 2 days, Shi Yan and Xia Yan both stayed on the deserted island. They survived by eating fish meat and drinking fish blood. The sea was endless. There were no flying demon beasts, nor were there any giant ships. It might as well have been wiser to stay on the island than to blindly leave. Xia Yan also approved of this. These past 2 days, other than eating together, they both cultivated on their own and did not disturb each other. Another day passed. Sitting on the sand, Shi Yan extended his mind's power, and he suddenly sensed an object in the distance. Instantly his expression bloomed, as he quickly stood up and shouted to Xia Yan, "There's a ship!" Xia Yan came over from the other side of the island and followed Shi Yan to gaze, looking out to the east. In 15 minutes, an enormous iron ship slowly appeared. The iron ship's flag flew in the ocean wind, looking majestic. "Aya! Aha!" Shi Yan screamed loudly. His shriek pierced through the sky like the howls of wolves. Xia Yan frowned and covered her ears, cursing him in her mind. She glared at him bitterly. That enormous iron ship seemed to have heard the calls and slowly started sailing towards them. Shi Yan waved his arms and continued screaming. "Hey!" he suddenly exclaimed. There was a shady look on his face as he chuckled. "Xinyan, that ship seems quite interesting." On that giant steel ship hung many flags. Lifelike erotic images were embroidered on each of the flags. There was a couple in the wheelbarrow position, a couple in the lotus position, a couple in the flower on the back position, and many more like this. Under the blowing of ocean wind, those erotic images flew wildly. The lifelike men and women on those erotic images looked as if they were coming to life and showing great vigor. Xia Yan flushed, and she suddenly thought of something, exclaiming, "The ship is from the Yin-Yang Wonderland." Then Xia Xinyan quickly touched the green jade ring on her finger and took out a pack of powdered medicine, which she quickly smeared on her face. A few minutes later, Xia Xinyan looked like a different person. Her breathtaking appearance was completely gone. Instead, her face was yellow and dark and filled with pimples, making her a slightly ugly young girl. "What the hell are you doing?" Shi Yan was dumbfounded. People from the Yin-Yang Wonderland tend to heavily indulge in their lust. They're one of the most unique forces in the endless sea. The disciples of the Yin-Yang Wonderland cultivate through sexual intercourse, so outstanding-looking men and women become targets for disciples of the Yin-Yang Wonderland. At the moment, my power has not recovered, so if I were to reveal my true face, I'm afraid I'd be doomed. After finishing up her disguise, Xia Xinyan finally relaxed a bit and spoke indifferently. "Ah," Shi Yan exclaimed, and then frowned and said, "Then wouldn't a uniquely tempered and extraordinarily handsome man like me be doomed to suffer?" Some male disciples of the Yin-Yang Wonderland are also gay," Xia Xinyan said indifferently, secretly feeling delightful. "Gay." Shi Yan's face quickly changed. Edited by Jimmy, Eli, and Vic. Chapter 132. The Slaughter of the Island. Chapter 132. The Slaughter of the Island. Corpse slaves walked out from the 3 caves of the underground grave and stood in front of the stone towers. In the cool moonlight, the corpse slaves slowly moved out and encircled the entrance of a cave. A male sky corpse and a female sky corpse walked out from the cave. In their gray eyes, 7 small life seals can be seen, looking like 7 stars. The 2 sky corpses came out from the underground grave and roared. In the number 93 burial site, the coffins opened one by one and corpse slaves walked out, heading towards the center of the island. From the burial site suddenly came horrified screams of the Yin-Yang Wonderland disciples, combined with those of the corpse sect disciples. To control so many corpse slaves, only presbyters of the corpse sect who were at Sky Realm had the ability. Seeing so many corpse slaves pop up, the disciples of the corpse sect were astonished, as they assumed that the master of the 2 sky corpses, Presbyter Enhai, had come. From the roars produced by the 2 sky corpses, the corpse slaves in the burial site woke up and moved in their direction. Guachi was scared and screamed, "How could this happen?" No one else but Enhai could move the 2 sky corpses, because every sky corpse had a corpse spirit seal engraved in them by their master. They could only move at their master's call. The 2 free sky corpses frightened Guichi. Enhai was not there, but the sky corpses walked out of their own will, which baffled this core disciple of the corpse sect. Li Zhuang and Juyu Ru, the 2 priests of the Yin-Yang Wonderland, knew a lot about the sky corpses of the corpse sect. They were totally shocked that the sky corpse walked out by themselves. Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan were the last to walk out of the underground grave. Xia Xinyan was confused too, as she couldn't understand how Shi Yan was controlling the 2 sky corpses. "Bastard!" Guachi screamed, with a look of extreme anger on his face. "What did you do in the grave?" Shi Yan was standing in the middle of wafts of white smoke, floating around the entrance of the cave. Without taking a look at Guichi, he looked to Li Zhuang and Juyu Ru and spoke indifferently, saying, "What a good scheme. You wanted to sell me to the corpse sect as a live corpse. I worked so hard for you on the ship, for only some water and fish, and you treat me like this?" Li Zhuang and Juyu Ru looked gloomy without a word. "Especially you." Shi Yan cast his cold eyes on Juyu Ru. "I just refuse to sleep with your dirty body. And you want me to be a live corpse? Evil female. Kid, you are seeking death." Juyu Ru frowned and spoke coldly. "I don't know why you are still alive. but you won't live to see tomorrow." "Oh, really?" Shi Yan sneered and pointed at Ju Ru, shouting, "Kill her!" The female sky corpse quickly dashed out. The odd energies in the gullies she passed injected into her body, and a gray corpse armor appeared on her body. The female sky corpse had sharp, shiny fingers, which quickly thrust towards Ju Ru. Ju Ru's seductive face finally showed fear, and she screamed, "No way!" Li Zhuang and Guiqi were shocked too. They couldn't figure out how Shi Yan was controlling the sky corpses. "Let's go!" Shi Yan grinned and walked towards the iron ship. That male sky corpse stood beside him and roared while other corpse slaves gathered and made a path for the male sky corpse. "Kill! Kill them all!" Shi Yan yelled out, an uncaring expression on his face. Hundreds of corpse slaves suddenly went crazy and dashed toward the corpse sect and the Yin-Yang Wonderland disciples. The disciples of the corpse sect got so frightened that they kept blowing their whistles. Some of the corpse slaves stopped, while others kept dashing forward, regardless of the bells. The corpse sect disciples' expressions changed, and they began to frantically ring the bells to control those corpses. However, not all corpse slaves in the number 93 burial site belonged to those disciples. Many earth corpses in this burial site were corpse slaves of the core disciples and priests of the corpse sect. These corpse slaves had their master's corpse spirit seals and could not be controlled by the disciples here. Their corpse slaves were at high realms. Therefore, since the corpse slaves took the two sky corpses' order to kill the disciples of the corpse sect and the Yin-Yang Wonderland, miserable screams echoed the number 93 burial site. The corpse sect disciples shouted and ran away, while disciples of the Yin-Yang Wonderland trembled and ran around like headless chickens, especially those female disciples who were even not able to use half of their power to protect themselves. The number 93 burial site was quickly wrapped in miserable screams. Soon, Ju was beaten by the female sky corpse. The female sky corpse was at the second sky of Nirvana realm before she died, and after 1,000 years of training, she was capable of more than what she was when she was alive. Once in a battle, they could still use the martial skills they knew before they died. Warriors of the Yin-Yang Wonderland developed fast by double training. However, their profound chi was not as pure as other warriors at the same realm, for they were generally weaker than other warriors at the same stages. Ju Ru was not an exception. Though she was at the second sky of Nirvana realm, her power was the same as a general warrior of the first sky of the Nirvana realm. In front of that sky corpse, she could barely defend herself. Li Zhuang had to take action to defend Ju Ru from that female sky corpse. The male sky corpse was within 10 steps from Shi Yan, and he kept screaming and controlling the corpse slaves at the burial site, making a road for Shi Yan to head towards that ship. Shi Yan had an indifferent look as he walked to the iron ship, shoulder to shoulder with Xia Xinyan. Nearby, wisps of negative energy, coming from the disciples of the corpse sect and the Yin-Yang Wonderland, surged into Shi Yan's meridians. Shi Yan's meridians began to hurt, and he had to concentrate a lot. He kept triggering his spirit power, pouring it into the blood vein ring, and sending messages to the two sky corpses. The spirit feedback from the sky corpses became weaker, as the sky corpses seemed to go against Shi Yan's control. Shi Yan had to keep triggering his spirit power and conveying friendly intentions in his spirit power to comfort the two sky corpses. He was not as relaxed as he looked. "Let's leave soon." Shi Yan suddenly grasped Xia Xinyan's hand and sped up, his face pale. Since he consumed too much spirit power, Shi Yan felt a little dizzy, and it was becoming harder and harder to control the two sky corpses. Xia Xinyan noticed Shi Yan's abnormality, but she kept silent and let Shi Yan drag her toward the iron ship. Li Zhuang and Zhu Yiru were entangled by the female sky corpse, so they could only watch Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan leave. That male sky corpse was standing beside Shi Yan, so Guiqi didn't dare move. He, instead, secretly sent messages to the headquarters of the corpse sect with an instrument in his hand. Many disciples of the Yin-Yang Wonderland and the corpse sect were killed by the corpse slaves. On the road, Shi Yan absorbed profound qi from at least 20 low-level warriors who were at nascent and human realms. Soon, Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan arrived at the iron ship. "Can you sail a ship?" Shi Yan suddenly asked. "If you can't, I have to catch someone who can sail." "Don't bother. I know how to sail a ship." Xia Xinyan was confident, and she dragged Shi Yan to the iron ship. These ships are controlled through the power of a demon crystal. We don't need to really sail it, but instead give it a direction. It will move automatically as long as the power of demon crystal doesn't run up. We of the Xia family have this sort of ships too. Shi Yan felt relieved. Bang! Boarding on the iron ship, Shi Yan sat down straightly and said with a pale face, "Control the ship, and I will give the sky corpses the last order." The two sky corpses didn't board the ship. Shi Yan closed his eyes, triggered the rest of his spirit power, and injected it to the blood vein ring. That male sky corpse suddenly hollowed and dashed toward Zhu Yiru and Li Zhuang. "Go!" Shi Yan yelled. Bang, bang, bang. A great thundering sound came from the iron ship. The huge iron ship of the Yin-Yang Wonderland sailed out from the burial site. Inside the burial site, the disciples of the Yin-Yang Wonderland screamed. Li Zhuang and Zhu Yiru couldn't even save themselves, so they had to watch the ship leave. Sure, Yin got dizzy as his spirit power ran up. He laid back on the deck, spreading his arms and legs. Chapter 133, The Countercharge. Chapter 133, The Countercharge. Sponsored by Richard O'Brien. Inside the Corpse Palace. Many presbyters of the corpse sect were sitting on coffins, training. They were absorbing the odd energy gushing out from the coffins. Yin Hai was anxious, and his wrinkled face was covered with a nervous expression. Yin Hai, go to the number 93 burial site at once. Your two sky corpses are slaughtering my disciples without anyone's order. The palace lord's hoarse voice came from the bottom of the corpse palace. All the presbyters present in the large corpse palace woke up and looked at Yin Hai in confusion. Yin Hai looked serious as he kneeled on the coffin. Yes, I will go right now. Jing Song, you go with Yin Hai and find out what happened. The palace lord ordered again. The presbyter on the coffin near Yin Hai also kneeled down. Yes, my lord. Go and find out why the two sky corpses are behaving unusually. Let me know as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. On the iron ship. Sure, Yan was sprawled out on the deck. He was completely exhausted, as he overused his spirit power and was also suffering a backlash from using Rampage. His body and spirit were both exhausted. However, his meridians were still being purified by his profound qi. The iron ship had left the burial site. Yet, Shi Yan could still hear the screams coming from the burial site, which was now miles away. Under the moonlight, the burial site was still filled with fear. After boarding the ship, Shi Yan injected spirit power into the blood vein ring and ordered the two corpses to slaughter everyone on the island. Sure, Yan didn't know how long the two heaven corpses would follow his orders, so he was simply satisfied with safely leaving the island. Xia Xinyan disappeared as soon as she boarded the ship. She went to sail the ship. Spreading his limbs, Shi Yan gazed at the stars, which gave out wisps of power, which concentrated at his heart. What a pity that he couldn't use his star martial spirit. Sure, Yin could only sigh in resignation. In recent days, the star martial spirit kept absorbing power from the stars. He could feel the unusual energy gathering in his heart. However, he couldn't figure out how to use the star martial spirit. Are you okay? Xia Xinyan suddenly popped up and asked, her voice filled with concern. I'm okay right now. Shi Yan smiled bitterly. Find some chains on this ship and strap me tightly to the ship. What? Xia Xinyan yelled in astonishment. What are you going to do? The martial skill I operated is strange. After using, it will create a backlash in my body. It can take away my reasoning and make me go crazy. Strap me in, or I'm afraid I will do something terrible to you. Shi Yan gazed at her seriously. What will you do? Xia Xinyan's expression changed. Do you still remember when we met? Shi Yan took a breath. I was driven crazy by my martial skill and had to go to the Misty Pavilion to release the pressure on those girls. I will chain you up. Xia Xinyan was decisive, and she quickly left to get those shackles. A few minutes later, Shi Yan was completely tied up by the shackles, which were as thick as a man's arm. The shackles were dark, and there was cold air gushing out from them. These shackles are made of an unusual metal. Even warriors of the Nirvana realm couldn't break through it. Xia Xinyan wiped the sweat off her forehead. Feeling weak, she sat down cross-legged, 5 meters away from Shi Yan, and focused her crystal-like eyes on Shi Yan. All the meridians in Shi Yan's body were producing negative energy, which was quickly corroding away his reasoning. With a hideous face, tortured by the murderous bloodthirst, Shi Yan was breathing heavily. That's great. The last time in the Misty Pavilion, you slept with the girls because of this backlash? And the time in the Ling family, too? Xia Xinyan asked with a complex expression. So all this time I was misunderstanding you? More or less. Shi Yan grinned. The power of the backlash does ruin my reasoning and expand the negative will. However, that negative will is still my true intentions. In general, I'm a bad guy. Xia Xinyan was shocked. When my reasoning becomes clear, then immediately come to my side. Shi Yan yelled, and then his body began to tremble. The profound qi, which was purifying in his meridians, grew faster and faster as negative emotions penetrated his mind and heart. He couldn't control himself. Why? Let me help you recover your martial spirit. Huh? How? Remember what I said. Shi Yan shouted, and stood up like a monster, the shackles ringing loudly. At that moment, Shi Yan's eyes showed not the slightest bit of human emotions. He was like a bloodthirsty monster from hell. His body emitted an endless murderous aura, which seemed to want to terminate the world. Xia Xinyan's expression shifted, and she took a few steps back and stayed at a distance from Shi Yan. In such short time, Shi Yan turned from a lucid man to a monster, which shocked Xia Xinyan. She finally realized that Shi Yan was not joking. As he said, this backlash could eat up his reasoning and bring out his darker intentions. On the deck, strapped by the shackles, Shi Yan was struggling and howling, using all of his strength to try and get rid of the shackles. His howls echoed over the silent sea. Xia Xinyan's eyes sparkled as she stared at Shi Yan. After a long, long time, Shi Yan's howls lost their energy, and he laid on the deck quivering. The bloodthirsty and murderous aura was damaging his body, and so he was covered with blood. After operating Rampage, his body was already weak, but due to the backlash, Shi Yan was now hurt again. Even his veins and bones were severely damaged. Covered with blood, Shi Yan's eyes were unclear. Xia Xinyan was astonished. Shi Yan was too strong. After that round of crazy howl, his murderous will was still present. What kind of terrifying martial skill was this? Xia Xinyan was astonished. Shi Yan was like a mysterious, deep pond full of secrets. Shi Yan's howls got weaker and weaker. Gradually he quieted down, and his dull eyes came clear. Come here. Shi Yan opened his mouth wide, and, with an extremely weak and quiet voice, beckoned Xia Xinyan. Showered in blood, Shi Yan looked to be in a tremendous amount of pain, but he was still concerned with helping Xia Xinyan recover. Xia Xinyan was moved as she slowly walked to Shi Yan, softly saying, "Have a good rest. I'm not in a hurry. I will protect you from now on. Now, take care of yourself." Xia Xinyan couldn't be softer. "I can't help later if I don't help you now." Shi Yan struggled to reach out one of his hands. "Grab my hand! Quick!" Xia Xinyan was stunned and touched that bloody hand. Wisps of odd energy flew out from Shi Yan's palm. It went into Xia Xinyan's arm and flew to her chest, concentrating at the center of her incarnation martial spirit and nourishing it. Xia Xinyan's body quivered and her eyes sparkled. She could clearly feel that under the nourishment, her wounded reincarnation martial spirit was quickly recovering. That odd energy was even more effective than pills. Drenched in blood, Shi Yan showed an ugly smile. "See? I didn't lie." "No, you didn't." Xia Xinyan's voice was soft and sweet as she quietly stared at Shi Yan. "It's okay now. Have a rest. You will recover before dawn." Shi Yan withdrew his hand and smiled. "Now I can count on you. I won't let anyone harm you as long as I'm alive." Xia Xinyan nodded and said softly, "Have a good rest." Shi Yan slowly closed his eyes and laid back on the deck. Inside his bleeding body, the immortal martial spirit was operating, quietly recovering his body. Soon, the bleeding stopped, and the wounds on his skin started rapidly recovering. Xia Xinyan didn't immediately rest, but gazed at Shi Yan attentively. 10 minutes later, when she found that Shi Yan's body had recovered, Xia Xinyan settled down and sat beside Shi Yan, beginning to train and recovering her strength. Chapter 134, The Hengluo Sea. Chapter 134, The Hengluo Sea. Sponsored by Richard O'Brien. It was noon and the sun was high in the sky. An iron ship was moving, quickly passing through the sea. It was sailing directly towards the Hengluo Sea. The Hengluo Sea was in between them and the Kiara Sea. To get to the Kiara Sea, one must go through the Hengluo Sea. The Hengluo Sea had countless islands. It was under the influence of the forces of the three god sect, the Dongfang family and the Gu family. These three forces controlled nearly half the islands in the Hengluo Sea. The iron ship sailed quickly under the blazing sun. On the deck, Shi Yan's face was calm. He gazed into the distance, basking in the fluttering ocean breeze. With a green dress on, Xia Xinyan's hair flew in the wind. Her face was back to normal, gorgeous as ever, as she stood shoulder to shoulder with him. It had been 3 months. Not only did Xia Xinyan's martial spirit recover back to its original state, but through the many challenges, she finally made further progress and stepped into the Earth realm. Xia Xinyan in the Earth realm had the grace of a fairy. Her temperament was elegant and graceful. In her gestures, there was a stern and inviolable grandeur. "Xinyan, in these past 3 months, you've improved quite a lot. It seems that in order to catch up with you, I have a lot of work to do." Shi Yan casually smiled and turned around to look at the beautiful woman next to him. "You've once said that one day, if I can defeat you, you will." Xia Xinyan smiled enchantingly, like a blooming green lotus, indescribably elegant and beautiful. "Oh, you! Why are you always obsessed about this sort of things?" In these 3 months, the two were together from morning till evening. They talked about anything and everything, and had been getting along well. As always, Shi Yan was outspoken, and he often teased her about sexual things. However, Ever since they went through the hardships at the burial site, Xia Xinyan cut him a lot of slack. She didn't mind his cocky words, and it was only when Shi Yan attempted a deviant act that she would actually quietly show her Earth realm capabilities, letting Shi Yan know to restrain himself. Do you want to deny it? Shi Yan looked indignant. He pretended to be angry and said, You're the reason for my motivation and hard work. Without you, my cultivation would become dull and tedious. Xia Xinyan's beautiful eyes glimmered. She casually smiled. People like you don't need a woman to urge you. Even without me, you'd still crazily torture yourself. Like you said, you're a masochist. Ha! Masochist, I like that nickname. In these past 3 months, Shi Yan had endlessly cultivated the second sky of rampage, trying to merge the negative energies into his blood. These past 3 months were, for Shi Yan's, a torturous 3 months. Merging the negative energies into his blood was already extremely cruel on its own. Before he could get the hang it, Shi Yan's cultivation was accompanied by piercing screams every time. Each time he cultivated, it was as painful as hell. Whether it be day or night, Xia Xinyan was often woken by his screams. In these 3 months, Xia Xinyan finally truly learned what methods Shi Yan had used in order to obtain the vigorous, profound qi and the tough state of mind he had. By insanely torturing himself. Unbelievably, Shi Yan was also bizarrely ruthless when treating himself. Every time he cultivated was like a journey into the depths of hell. Shi Yan's heavy cultivation thoroughly shocked her. It made Xia Xinyan realize that the accomplishments Shi Yan had obtained to this day were not for no reason. The hard work he did was unimaginable to anyone. Only those who could be cruel to themselves would be able to do what he did and obtain massive powers in a short time. Believe it or not, I'll screw you. Shi Yan grinned. He chuckled grimly. The corners of Xia Xinyan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Her long and slim swan-like neck twisted around, and her beautiful eyes, that were as clear as lake water, fell upon Shi Yan. You really are a masochist. In these past few days, I've beat you up so many times. Yet you still won't change your perverted heart? I'm coming. Shi Yan lightly shouted. His body was like a sharp sword, and a magnificent strength suddenly burst out as he rapidly lunged towards Xia Xinyan. In the middle of his charge, Shi Yan's body suddenly shriveled up. Wisps of negative powers covered his entire body with a high momentum, like a dragon coming out of the abyss. You're asking to be beaten up. Xia Xinyan chuckled as her delicate body lightly swung around and floated like a phantom. Like a leaf, Xia Xinyan moved with the wind, and her beautiful hair waved as her delicate hands formed a millstone-sized green lotus. The green lotus was chilling to the bone. The pieces of sharp, blade-like petals in the middle of the lotus shone with a frightening cold light. Once the green lotus appeared, it immediately shot towards the oncoming Shi Yan. Boom! Shi Yan crashed straight into the green lotus. The sharp, blade-like petals in the middle of the green lotus suddenly contracted and fiercely bound Shi Yan's body. Ka-ka-ka! Struggling sounds came from inside the green lotus. Shi Yan's body was tightly wrapped up by the green lotus, and he couldn't move at all. A smile lingered on Xia Xinyan's lips. Her delicate hands slowly formed a seal, and a bright green light fell into the green lotus. The green lotus slowly contracted, its strength like a mountain, growing bigger and bigger and completely confining Shi Yan. A chilling icy energy spread from inside the green lotus. Freezing cold light appeared in the air, and the cold energy seeped through Shi Yan's entire body. First sky of rampage. All the negative powers in Shi Yan's body gathered in his arms. The negative power in the thick white mist was like a tide, rushing towards the center of the green lotus. The green lotus shone with a mysterious light. Beams of green light as thick as a man's arm, kept stimulating. They tightly gripped Shi Yan like chains, and their binding force increased by 30%. The icy energy seeped through his whole body. All of Shi Yan's profound qi started decreasing in circulation speed, but he still clenched his teeth and kept struggling. "All right, stop being cocky," Xia Xinyan said reproachfully. She swung her delicate hand in midair and motioned towards the green lotus. The green lotus suddenly cracked open. Pieces of petals flew out and gathered into Xia Xinyan's hand. "Sigh." Shi Yan smiled wryly. He breathed out and shook his head. "Back when I was in the third sky of the human realm, I could kill disaster realm warriors by using these negative powers. But now that I'm in the disaster realm, why can't I shake you? Other than the difference in the vigorousness of profound qi, disaster realm warriors focus more on their state of mind." Xia Xinyan chuckled. "The profound qi inside you is more vigorous and pure than ordinary warriors of the first sky of the disaster realm. Your martial skills are also mysterious and unpredictable. Using negative powers, you can kill warriors in the second sky of the disaster realm, and you could go face-to-face with warriors in the third sky of the disaster realm. However, it would be difficult for you to win against Earth realm warriors. I just recently stepped into this realm, and I can already suppress you. If it were anyone else, you would lose even more miserably." Shi Yan frowned and stayed silent. "I know you haven't used all your powers yet." Xia Xinyan smiled again and continued, "But even if you really use all your power, you could still only fight with a warrior at the third sky of the disaster realm. Whether you will win or not is hard to say. In your area, the resources for warriors were limited, martial skills were poor in quality, and there wasn't much knowledge about martial spirits. But the Endless Sea is different. In the 15 forces, any central warrior at the third sky of disaster realm is perfect in cultivating all sorts of secret skills. They also have a very thorough understanding of martial spirits, and, most of all, they don't lack in battle experience. Do you understand?" "Yes." Shi Yan slowly nodded. "Oh, you." Xia Xinyan shook her head. A first sky of the disaster realm warrior being able to oppose a third sky of the disaster realm warrior is already unbelievable. What else do you what? Could you possibly be thinking of straight up killing Earth and Nirvana realm people? Hee, I do have that thought. Xia Xinyan was exasperated. She glared at him and shouted, "Remember, don't act rashly. Don't really think that you can fight it out with an Earth realm warrior." Starting from the disaster realm, fighting is no longer limited to the amount of profound qi, but also one's level of insight, the level of one's martial skills, and one's proficiency in said skills. You're still so young. Do you really think you can win against a warrior that has decades of experience? Shi Yan became silent again. "All right, I'll give you some encouragement." Xia Xinyan's beautiful eyes rolled around. Her fair-skinned neck showed some redness. "If you can really defeat me one day, then, when I want to marry, you'll be the first choice." "Really?" Shi Yan's expression shook, his eyes glimmered. Xia Xinyan was a little too embarrassed to look at him. She turned her head away and put her back against him. She said lightly, "Yes, really." Shi Yan grinned and laughed foolishly. Half a month later. Finally, this iron ship officially had entered into the Hengluo Sea. The Hengluo Sea had countless islands. Once you entered into this sea, you would go past many different kinds of islands. On the iron ship, the Yin-Yang Wonderland flags with the erotic images were taken down long ago. Now, this iron ship had no more traces of the Yin-Yang Wonderland. A giant harbor appeared in front of the iron ship. There were dozens of ships parked in the harbor. Some ships were a lot bigger than the one Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan were on. Many warriors of different capabilities stood on those iron ships. Many shirtless warriors were carrying the cargo on the ship and transporting them to the harbor. Outside the harbor, there was a ring-shaped square. There were many different kinds of carriages parked on the square, and men and women, dressed in colorful warriors' clothing, were shouting in the ring-shaped square. There were also people fighting in the square, battling with their lives at stake. This Menluo island doesn't belong to the three-god sect, the Dongfang family or the Gu family. It is the possession of the few collaborating forces on the island. We should go get some food on the island and inquire about the current situation in the Endless Sea. We don't need to stay long. Xia Xinyan had a veil over her face. She stood on the iron ship while looking into the distance and quietly explained. Shiyan nodded. This Menluo island is not small. It's probably half the size of Tianyin City. In the Hengluo Sea, the Menluo island already counts as a small island. It's also very remote, being without any rich mines or other naturally valuable resources. If it had these resources, the three-god sect, the Dongfang family, and the Gu family wouldn't have left it alone. Xia Xinyan smiled casually. In the Endless Sea, bigger islands are a few times the size of the whole merchant union. They call them islands, but in reality they're like a continent. Don't fuss about it too much. Are you mocking me? I guess so. Xia Xinyan smiled and nodded. Hey! Suddenly, Xia Xinyan exclaimed. Her expression was strange. She murmured under her breath. Why would the magical Wonderland's ship be here? Ah, and the saintess from the heaven, Lake Divine Land. The Dongfang family's ship, the Cloudbreaker. What is going on? Rumble. Their iron ship shook as it was forcefully hit. Yen stumbled and suddenly leaned on Xia Xinyan. Yen grabbed Xia Xinyan in his arms and frowned. Who hit us? First, let go of me. Xia Xinyan snorted and glared at him menacingly. Whenever you get a chance, you start getting presumptuous and full of yourself again. Now, let go of me. When the beauty fell into his arms, Yan's heart shook. He carefully admired her splendid body first, and then finally let go. The Gu family's ship, the Dark Dawn. Xia Xinyan's brows furrowed, and she spoke coldly. It's Gu Jiang's ship. It seems that some changes happened on Menluo Island, or else there wouldn't be so many forces gathering here. Gu Jianga, who's that? Yen asked with a scowl. The Gu family's sword master genius. When he was just born, the dragon-slaying sword, which had been stuck in the Gu family's sword mountain for centuries, flew out on its own. It kept floating 30 feet above his head and claimed its master voluntarily. Gu Jianga has the sword spirit, martial spirit. It is also known that he can communicate with magic swords. A monster. He's not even that monstrous. His little sister, Gu Linglong, is more of a monster. When she was just born, the 10,000 swords in the Gu family's sword mountain rang in harmony, and 7 magic swords flew out together and voluntarily merged into her body. This monstrous girl has the heart of the magic sword, martial spirit. She has the ability to control spirited magic swords by nature. When her mind wills it, the sword moves, up to a 10,000 li distance. For her, beheading someone is as easy as taking something out of her pocket. That you're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.